Alright, welcome back everyone. More pixel art. That's what we're doing today. So yeah, it's gonna be a whole bunch of fun. Gonna try to finish this again. Obviously, it's not gonna happen. Um, we just have to keep our expectations in check. We're coming right along here. My expectations are that we'll get pretty close to finishing it, but there's still going to be a lot of touch-ups, and that's going to take like probably a couple more sessions after this. I'm thinking maybe only one, but probably two. Because I don't know, I have an eye for detail, and I can see a lot of like imperfections that I've left behind and said like, oh, I'll fix that later, kind of stuff. A lot of things that are non-symmetrical, or like little things like these things, for example, right? Like they kind of look crappy on the side, but it takes time to like get them perfect, And I didn't want to do that until I had the animation ready. So if I knew that I was going to change them every frame, then all those frames would have been wasted. So now that I've got the adjustments that I need for every frame, I can go back in and put in the details and stuff. So that's the plan with that. Hopefully we get the audio working out fine. It seemed fine on the last stream, so everything should be cool. Let's see here. Seems to be working. Yeah. Probably not too loud. But yeah, I am excited to move on from this piece, but I do really want to finish it also, so there's like, I don't know, two forces pulling me. One to continue on to the next piece, and one to continue on with this piece, so they're both kind of the same force, really. Been working on this for, what, 3 weeks now or something like that? Over 3 weeks? I'm looking at a calendar, so I'm looking away. It's been over 3 weeks. So, it's time to finish, hopefully. Let's see here. So the last session, I cannot remember if I streamed it. I think I streamed it. I actually deleted the electricity on the last few frames because it was still. So I think that my plan might be to put that back in, but there's also a few frames missing at the end, I feel like. So I might check out the clouds here and the volcano and stuff, and because it just kind of ends still. See, like, here's another little imperfection. The mountain has that weird like ridge on it, like I think that's the sky layer. All the clouds just freeze. So it's hard to see the future of what it's going to look like when everything just kind of freezes. But I'm not sure if that'll be enough frames, but I'll probably just, yeah, I should just start with the smoke. That's pretty easy to do. Kind of have to go back and remember what I was doing, but yeah, I was just moving the blobs at the end. Right, I was expanding the one and just moving the other. And I think they're on separate layers? I'm really not sure. What we got? Is it top smoke? No, top smoke is... Oh wow. Top smoke is still off. Forget about that layer. I'll probably have to go back and make changes to that too. Yeah. I don't really like this song. What's going on here? Listen to like the whole thing before I turn it off. Oh, I did it. I hit spacebar before I clicked on Aseprite. So pause the music. Alright. Oh, what happened there? The lava in the background too, another thing. I think the clouds might be easiest to work with once I find them. That is. Wall smoke. What's wall smoke? Huh. Like a background wall layer. Ground smoke. That is. Oh, yeah, that's early. I remember now. Okay, I think it's the volcano layers. Yeah. I'm gonna rename these. This is the chiptune station. Fly guitar is for being called chiptune. It's more like rock with square wave synth. At least this has compressed drums. Okay, so we'll start with the dark clouds. They're like, are they on the same layer? Yeah, they are. Okay. I guess it makes sense to start with the rear dark cloud. So I'm just erasing away the edge, like the, yeah, I guess the edge is the best way. And then I'm gonna build it back up here, so that way it looks like it's changed. Right, so I'm gonna not rely on the clouds that are underneath because those are gonna change too. Oops. Is that too far? Yeah, that's a little too far. Good out there. And then same with this color. I'm gonna change the bottom of it, so just erase it away and build it back up. Alright, so that should work. Now I get to change these up. So I think what I do is I just start over each frame. Yeah, so I'm just gonna select all and just do it. So and then deselect, go back over, grab the color that I need. And I guess we'll start with this top layer here, and we'll just kind of make those shapes that are already there. Now I want this to look like clouds, so I'm just kind of breaking the pieces apart. Oh hey Techie, didn't see you there, man. I'm sorry. I always get like right into the stream when I start, and I forget to look at the chat. I'm doing good. And it's funny, I'm actually on your time schedule right now for some reason. My sleep schedule flipped when I didn't have to wake up for work, and I've just been like drifting. Um, so yeah, I'm glad you like the camera setup. Yeah, I've been changing it quite a bit. If I'm working on like music stuff, I'll actually put the camera up on my other desk and have it aimed down at the button pusher thing. You saw that, right? The fart noises, right? But yeah, you know, just drawing away here, making these clouds. The soundboard thing, yes, exactly, precisely, Techie. How you been, man? It's been a long time since we chatted. You must be really busy, I'm thinking, because the game dev chat is pretty dead these days. I mean, that's partly my fault too, I suppose. I've been super busy as well. Been like jumping through hoops for the unemployment. I think I might actually end up getting some unemployment, so that's kind of cool. Considering they fired me for asking for my paid time off, that's pretty messed up. But whatever, moving forward, and it's great. You know what I mean? And yeah, the unemployment, you know, they want you to like apply for jobs. So even if I end up making like whatever money they're talking about giving me, which is cool, I'm still applying for work like every week now, so I might actually get a job out of it. You never know. You've been pretty good, been busy at work. You had a week off trying to relax playing games. That's pretty awesome. If you want, I can voice chat so you have someone to talk to. Yeah, that'd be great, Techie. That'd be super dope, man. Yeah, you're in the Retro Spaceball chat. Let's just let's do it there. It might take me a second. You know, Discord's been slow for me lately. Maybe it's just this computer. If I was on my SSD, it'd probably be better. But I've been using this setup a lot. You want to just go in the developer voice chat for Retro Spaceball since you're a techie or you're a tester? Cool. Yeah, I'm excited to talk, man. It's been a while. I'm gonna make sure I got my my voice set up. Yeah, it should be working. Cool. Might have to turn down my music so I can hear you over it though, which is fine because the music's kind of generic. Whoa, what happened?
Hey, can you hear me?
Hey, what's up? I can hear you.
Hey.
How you doing, man?
Yeah, pretty good.
Good.
I've been up all night.
I clicked on this thing. What's that thing called in Windows where it's like the corner of the screen and it closes all your windows on you?
Oh, yeah. I know what you mean.
So now I'm like trying to get all my windows open. All right, I'm just gonna turn off that music, or you know, I'm gonna turn it down really low because it was just way too loud. I don't know what it sounds like on the stream, but it's just too loud for me.
It was actually, well, for me, it was like the perfect volume for your voice as well.
Yeah, but your voice would be too low then. So I'm gonna try to get you a little louder.
Hey.
Yeah.
It's so long since we voice chatted last.
Yeah, it's been forever.
You know what? I think the last time might have been the podcast.
Yeah, no, I think that's the only time, honestly.
There was a couple of times before that.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right, because we chatted just to make sure that it would be cool.
Yeah.
There's got to be a way to turn you up though. Let me. I think it's in voice and video output volume. It's already cranked. Can you get your volume up on your side somehow?
Give me 1 second.
Cool.
How do I do that?
I don't know. But I can kill the music here so I can still hear you, which is that's no problem at all. But yeah, I guess I can turn up my desktop audio on the stream, so that should help with that. But I feel like in the stream I'm gonna be like way louder than you.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think mine's max or something. But I'm
Okay.
using my phone.
So I think this will work. I'll just turn myself down a little bit and turn you up as loud as I can. Yeah, this looks good on the levels. Cool, man. So how's work been and stuff?
Pretty busy, obviously with COVID and everything. Slowly going back to normal.
Yeah.
But stressful because we've had loads of staff leave and then new staff come in, so you've got to train new people. And, it's just a nightmare.
Right on.
My boss actually asked if I can go in tomorrow, well, technically today now,
Oh.
even though it's my holiday. And I was like, no, I'm busy. I'm busy.
Oh wow. Well, yeah, at least you had something going on where you could say like, no, no, I've got something.
Yeah, I've actually got plans.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gaming plans, but it's plans, you
Hey
know?
man, if it's your passion, it's your passion. You gotta take it seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was working for the State Farm Insurance, I wasn't working for them. I was working like under them. It was this weird temporary job where they needed people at the catastrophe claims call center, right? Where people would be like, "Oh, I've got roof damage from the hailstorm," and I'd have to take a claim and stuff, give it to the adjusters and shit. Um,
Right.
yeah, that job was weird, but they always asked me every single weekend, "Do you want to come in Saturday?" I was like, "No." Well, it's not
Of course
mandatory,
not.
so you don't have to. I'd be like, all right, cool, I won't. Every single weekend I worked there. By the
That's
end
how
of
it
it, they
goes.
did say something. You never do overtime. And I was like, no, I don't. I take my time very seriously.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
It's like it's
honestly,
precious.
to me, overtime is mismanagement. That's what that is, right? It means like,
Yeah.
oh, something happened that we couldn't foresee, and we need more people, but we didn't hire people because we didn't see it coming, right? That's what that means. So what they're trying
Yeah,
to
that's
do,
exactly what happened.
yeah, they're taking
Yeah.
away your free time and giving you a little bit more money.
Yeah. Exactly what happened to us. Like staff left and we didn't have enough staff to cover them. And
Yeah,
then it took like 2 or 3 weeks for our boss to finally decide, oh shit, yeah, I'm overworking people. I'm
yeah,
like, yeah, of
yeah.
course you
And that's pretty much kind of what happened with me is where I was like thinking about leaving and there was all this stress that was building up and like my manager wasn't alleviating any of the stress. He was making it worse and the stress was coming down from above. It was everywhere. So when I asked for time off, my boss just assumed that I had another job. It was the weirdest thing.
are.
Yeah, it was a very stressful situation to be honest. Because he kept asking. He's like, "Well, why? What are you gonna do?" Like, I was like, "It's really none of your business." You
Yeah,
know?
exactly. What I do is down to me, isn't it?
Yeah. But then all of a sudden, it's like, how bad do you want your job? Like, do you want to, like, and it's like, well, I don't really want it all that bad anymore. You know?
That's how I feel right now. Yeah.
But the crazy part is, man, is this unemployment shit, man. Because I haven't received anything yet. I've got a card that's empty. Um, but so that makes me think that they're gonna try to give me money if they already sent me the card, right? But it's the amount that they're talking about giving me is like $100 less than how much I would have made, which is crazy to me.
We kind of have something similar like that in the UK. It's called Job Seekers Allowance, and basically, yeah, if you're unemployed, you can apply to basically get paid to look for another job. And
Yeah.
they don't actually track what you're doing. So you could say, oh yeah, yeah, I've been applying at places, but nobody's got back to me. But really, you're not applying. You're just sitting at home, or
Oh wow.
you're spending the money they're giving you.
See, at this one, you do actually have to apply, and they do actually track it. But like
Okay.
like I was saying earlier in the stream, I might actually end up getting a job out of it. So that's kind of cool, right? Because if I only apply at like jobs that I really want, then
Mm.
if I get no's, then that's okay. If I get yeses, then that's even better. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, as long as you're applying for jobs, just apply for jobs that you don't have qualifications for, so you always get those. I
Well,
mean, if you
it's
know
not
what they
jobs I don't
want.
have qualifications for. It's just jobs that are really hard to get, right?
Right, yeah.
The game design jobs, man, they only hire one or two for the whole game. You know what I mean?
Mm,
And the game
yeah.
lasts 3 or 4 years sometimes, so it's like, But
I've
there are
noticed a lot of game dev jobs are mainly what's the word, like contractor jobs now. Like they only want you to work for a year and then that's it.
right, right. And that's kind of what I'm looking at, right? I mean, luckily I got most of my health stuff out of the way and I'm still kind of young where like the insurance isn't like I mean, don't get me wrong, I should have insurance, but like the fact that I don't have insurance isn't like I'm not like shaking in my boots because of it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, you're not exactly going out and jumping off cliffs or anything, so you're good.
I've jumped off all of my cliffs so far as I can tell. As long as I don't like, you know, fall in love with some chick and try to impress her, I think I'll be okay. That's usually how I get
Yeah.
hurt. That's how I shattered my wrist. Yeah, yeah, there's a big scar on it, but I can still use it
I
now,
think
so
you
that's
told me
that's
about that.
what's that? Did I ever tell you that?
I think you did
Yeah, yeah.
a while back.
It was a pretty big part of my life. I was paying the hospital bill for like I don't even know. It was like 7 years or something like that. Yeah, because it was
Jesus.
like 2013 that I got it, and it was like just last year or 2 years ago. So yeah, I was paying that off for a while.
Okay, I feel kind of privileged to live in the UK where we don't have to pay for it.
Yeah. Well, it's not just the UK. There's a whole bunch of countries that care about their citizens, right?
Was I snapped my tibia and fibia doing parkour, and
Ooh,
my legs just dangling and stuff. That
wow.
apparently that would have cost uh, over 20 grand US dollars if I lived in the US.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And
But
then
it
you
was
know what
decent.
happened to me is that when I shattered my wrist, I had to wait a whole month to get an appointment with this, you know, the only doctor who would touch it. We talked to as many doctors as we could, and no one wanted. They said the break was just too bad that they didn't know what they were doing with that.
What?
Yeah, so I had to get a specialist that really knew. He was like a wrist specialist. You know what I mean? He just did wrists.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And he said I'd get 80% of the movement, but I definitely did not get 80 back. Like, it just isn't the same. But that's okay. I financed the guy's sports car, I'm sure,
Fucking hell.
because it was over 20 grand. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the anesthesia for the initial break when they reduced it, I think that was close to 20 grand. But
Seriously.
that itself actually got paid off by a church. I think I might have told you that. Um, maybe. I don't know.
Um,
It was the weirdest thing. Like I'm not a church person, like I'm not religious. I'm like really spiritual, but I never go to churches or anything like that. But they have funds here, I guess, where they just like give them to hospitals and the hospitals can like pick and choose who they give it to or whatever. So since I didn't have any money and they knew that and I didn't have any insurance, um they just like paid for the anesthesia and the reduction, which was like I said almost 20 grand. So
oh wow.
but the surgery
That's
was more.
quite a lot. Oh yeah, I can imagine.
It was
Yeah.
intense. I could not pay for physical therapy, so that kind of sucked. Um, I don't know.
I wasn't even gonna get physiotherapy at first. It was kind of weird. So when it happened, they basically immediately told me, "Yeah, you're gonna have to have surgery. There's no way around it." And I was like, "Yeah, my leg's kind of at a 45-degree angle, so I kind of see wildly surgery."
Yeah.
And uh, stayed overnight in hospital. Then I think it was the middle of the night. The doctor came round with like the uh, what are they called? Like the forms to sign.
I'm not
So
sure.
it's like 5 a.m. I can't think. But yeah, he came out with the forms to sign to basically say like if I die, then it's not my fault, not their fault. All right, fair enough.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah,
read
a
through it all.
waiver. Yeah.
That's it. So I read through it. I was like, yeah, yeah, I agree. That's no problem. And then he leans it against my cast, like my temporary cast, to
Uh-huh.
sign. So he leans it on the brake to sign. So I'm there like, ow, ow, can you please not do that? Ow. And then yeah, I go in for the surgery and I think I'm out. Um, didn't know what the hell happened. Like immediately looked at my leg to make sure it's still there. That was quite funny. A couple of
Just
months
in
later,
case.
I go back. Yeah. So a couple of months later, I go back in to get the staples removed, and they were like, "So, how's your physiotherapy going?" Well, yeah, it's not. Nobody's told me anything about this. Like, what's going on? What?
Wow.
So apparently, for 4 months, I think it was, I was supposed to be going to physiotherapy to get my leg, to make sure it moves properly and all that stuff.
Sure.
And nobody told me. Nobody set up an appointment. Like, I
Wow.
didn't know this.
That's crazy, man.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
can't believe no
Luckily,
one
I'm
told
not.
you.
Like, it's fine. I know. The only
So
downside to not paying for healthcare.
when it initially happened, did you go into shock like right after it happened?
No, actually, I was fine.
Oh,
I mean,
really?
obviously, I was a bit like, oh fuck. I definitely knew something happened because I firstly heard a pop, which obviously isn't good,
Uh-huh.
um, and immediately couldn't stand. So like, I basically made a jump down about 10 feet, and I was doing this all day. It was perfectly fine, but this one time I landed. My right foot was flat instead of on the toes, so there
Ugh.
was like no cushioning, no springiness or anything, and I sent a
Right.
shock up my leg and broke my leg basically. So
That
instead of
sounds
standing up,
terrible.
I just fell, and
Yeah.
yeah, because I fell, I knew that something happened, but I didn't know exactly what until I rolled over and my friends came running over to me. One of my friends like kneeled behind my head, so my head wasn't in the grass, and I was kind of like on a hill as well, so he was kind of stop me from fall like sliding down the hill,
Uh-huh.
which is quite nice. And I sort of looked at my leg and I was like, oh fuck,
Yeah.
great. Now I'm now I'm not going to be
Jeez.
able to do parkour again. Obviously, they're calling an ambulance for me and stuff, and yeah, I didn't go into shock. I was just sort of disappointed in myself and in a lot of pain.
Was it, and
Um,
that was the end of your parkour career?
Sort of.
Yeah.
Um,
How long did it take before you were able
I
to get the nerve to jump around again?
2 years, but I think that's mainly because physiotherapy was a year and a half, and then it was another half a year till I could like until I was mentally comfortable enough to actually jump on the leg.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
Um,
my physiotherapist was
mhm.
like, you can put pressure on that leg, it will not break because it's fully healed. It's just your head that you think it's going to break. And I'm like, no, no, I know for a fact it'll break. I know. Break
Oh
again.
wow. That's the way my wrist
So
felt,
yeah,
man. For sure.
yeah.
But I was
It's
also
a weird
having
feeling.
nightmares. I still have nightmares about skateboards.
Oh yeah.
It was
It's not as
crazy.
often now, but like I think back to it, or like I'll see someone do a jump and then a certain jump, and I'll be like, oh, that could have ended so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
No, I
Like yeah,
can't watch
flashbacks
skateboarding
to
videos. I can't watch like even car accidents because I've been in so many car accidents. If a car is moving more than like 30 miles an hour, I get like if it's like an accident video, I get really like like I have to turn it off, you know. I get squeamish about a lot of things like that though. Like real violence gets to me. Like like fight night type stuff, you know, where the MMA and the UFC,
okay.
that stuff really bothers me because there's like real violence going on. Like people are really getting hurt. But you throw on like a horror flick when there's like blood spraying out and zombies and stuff. That doesn't bother me at all because it's not real violence. You know, my brain can tell the difference.
Yeah,
It's weird.
that makes sense. That actually reminded me a couple of weeks ago, well, maybe it was a month ago now. Um, there was a UFC fight.
Uh huh.
I think it was a title fight or something. and I don't like follow it as much as I used to, but I still kind of have you know tweets about it and stuff. And I just happened to see a clip of a guy doing a kick
Hmm.
and his leg basically breaking the exact same as mine,
Ooh.
except he didn't notice until his leg like went back and he went to stand on it.
Mm.
I couldn't watch it. As soon as I saw his leg break like that, I was like, nope, can't watch it.
Yeah, I don't think I could watch that either.
I think
I
if
just
it's
have too
like a
much
wrist, an
empathy
arm,
for that stuff. You know, I like start to feel it in my body, right?
yeah, I think honestly, I think it's age because I'm starting to get like that as well. As a kid, I was like, oh, that's so gruesome. Now I'm
Yeah,
like, oh no.
yeah. Like, what was those websites? Remember those terrible websites, from like the 90s? Like my friends would like, I don't know how they found out about it, but they were like telling me about it and stuff. It'd be like the worst images on the web. You know what I mean? And somehow someone thought it'd be a
Yeah,
good idea to put them on a website. It's like, oh my God, you know.
yeah,
I used to be able to handle that stuff, you know, or even I used to draw like really gruesome images. Um, and I would use like references from stuff like that. But yeah, not anymore. I don't really draw anything gruesome anymore. I probably could, you know, I just don't. It's not really.
that's fair.
It's weird. They used to be
Yeah,
like
I think
all
it's
I
just
drew.
age.
I don't know.
Um,
When I was a kid, I used to want to be a tattoo artist too. You know,
I think
never
everyone
actually
does.
did any tattoos. What's that?
I mean, I'm a terrible artist. You know I'm a terrible artist, but yeah, I wanted to be a tattoo artist as well.
I don't think you're a terrible artist. You know, I think that there's like a variety of forms of art, and like not everyone's found their medium yet. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
I think game design is a medium, you know, and I think that game design is an art form. So like
Oh yeah, definitely.
it's to say that you're not a good artist, I don't think that's accurate. I think you've found an art form that's quite a bit different than the traditional sense of being an artist. And that's fine.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know, I mean, if someone wanted to like be like a really great landscaper, that's the same thing. You know, that's not that maybe they can't draw. Like that doesn't make them not a good artist. That means that they have to find a different medium. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. I mean, you know that I have to use uh oh my God, what? Sorry, my brain's not working.
Oh, that's okay.
Um, you know I can't make my own like 3D models or art for my games. I have to find them online. But
Well,
what
I'm
I
sure you
do
could if you
is,
took the time to learn, but it's not easy.
yeah, I don't think it's something that I'm interested in learning right now as well, which would make it much harder.
I don't blame you there. Honestly, it's not like a needed skill. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
when I was in school, it seemed like a needed skill because no one knew how to do it. But everyone was learning at the same time. So by the time I graduated, everyone knew how to do it.
yeah, yeah. That makes sense.
So I'm like I like doing it and I enjoy it. So I don't know, but it's not easy to get a job even as an environmental artist. You have to have a really good environmental portfolio, and that means you have to basically say to yourself like, um, environments are my thing. Like character design, nah, you know, like animation, nah, you know, lighting, scenery, nah, nah. Well, I guess that goes into a little bit. It's like you have to like focus too much to get a real job in 3D. It seems like
Oh yeah, I think
it's
it's most higher jobs. So even game design, you really have to buckle down and do as much as you can really to get a good portfolio or just to get noticed.
yeah. Well, with 3D design, absolutely. With game design, it's different. You have to actually make games for game design, right? Um,
Yeah,
and that's difficult because I mean, you don't need a degree in 3D animation or even to be able to make 3D models to be a game designer, but you do need to know how to work with them and you need to know where to get them and you need to know how to put
yeah,
them in your games. Um, but I mean, there's a whole bunch of other things you need to know as a game designer too. You know, right? All the sound and all the
oh,
particles, and the
definitely.
shaders and the renderers and all that stuff. You know, you don't as a
You know
game
what?
designer. You don't. If Go ahead.
I was just saying like how they all work together as well, and how each one can influence the other. Yeah, it can be a nightmare, I think.
Oh, absolutely. That's why there's like entire schools devoted for it now because it's not an easy task,
Yeah.
but it's fun as hell.
Oh yeah, definitely. But out of
I
everything, I
yeah.
prefer doing game design over like gameplay programming or something like that. Like I love gameplay programming. I think that would be I think that's like my second favorite.
Those
But
are so similar though.
designing,
You know, I mean
yeah,
they're
I
not the
guess so.
same obviously, but they're very similar. In fact, a lot of gameplay programmers are expected to know quite a bit of game design.
Yeah, yeah.
I applied for a gameplay programmer job and I definitely did not get it because they looked at my portfolio and said, "You're an artist. Why are you applying for a gameplay programmer job?" I said, but I to myself, I didn't reply. I said, "But I made the game."
Yeah, yeah. I made the game, so I'm a game designer, right?
Well, I mean, I programmed the
Uh,
gameplay, right?
uh, yeah, just I don't know. I feel like the terms as well it needs to be more standardized because a lot of people also think that game design is like coming up with the ideas and even just project management. Like
Oh,
I've seen people on Twitter uh, list off like a people do like descriptions of jobs in
hmm,
game dev.
yeah, absolutely.
Several of them I've seen have game designer as I design the game, so I don't program it. I tell people how it's supposed to be made. Like, not necessarily.
That can be the case
Not
at
necessarily.
bigger
It can
companies,
be.
but in most
Yeah.
indies, it's like you gotta know how to program.
I mean, even in bigger companies, I think as a game designer, you have to know a bit of everything. Maybe not so much how to make a 3D character or something, but you need to understand the software and
Right,
understand how
right,
it
right.
imports
So
into the game engine.
there's a difference between knowing how to program and being a programmer, right?
Yeah, yeah,
So
definitely.
I know how to
But
program. I'm not a programmer. I
yeah,
could work
that
some programmer jobs, but they better be generalist jobs, and I better be wearing more than one hat because I'm not the best programmer.
yeah,
And
I feel the exact same.
hopefully there's another programmer on the team because I'm gonna ask a lot of questions.
Yeah. Like if I apply for a programmer job, it's below junior. It's like less than starter. I know how to, but you got to teach me some stuff.
I think out here at least you pretty much need a science degree to get a programmer
Yeah.
job. And I just don't have that. I have an art degree, so I don't even try for programming jobs.
Unfortunately, it's kind of the same with all jobs, really. You need to have some sort of qualification in that skill set.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you're applying for small indie teams, so they don't really care. They're just like, "Do you know how to do this?" Yeah, sure.
Well, right, right. And that's kind of the thing is that it's like depends on the job. And game design is such a it's like it's almost like a sponge for different terms, right? Just like
Yeah,
it just absorbs all of these different you know traits that game developers have. Because when you're the only one, you have to do all of it. And usually it's game designers that take that type of chance, right?
yeah,
Because that's the only way to become a game designer. You have to design games. And if you don't have a team, then you're doing it on your own, right? And teams are hard to come by. They really are. Or working with a
well, yeah,
team to make something can be even harder than finding a team, right? To actually produce something, you know, it's so hard, man. Like retro spaceball, you know, like there's tons of people that be like, "How are you not done with that yet?" Or like, you know, like how long are you going to actually spend that? Are you going to eventually even release it? You know, like some Fez style stuff, you know. But it's like I'm one guy, you know. I've had a job this whole
yeah,
time,
exactly.
so it takes time to do this stuff. And I thought I got all the flies. I'm getting attacked by flies here. Got fruit fly
I mean,
problem.
when I first met you and first found out about retro spaceball, I was kind of like, how is this not done? but that's because I was still new to game dev and I was still understanding how you make it retrospectable. Now I kind of understand a bit more about the industry and about how to do this stuff. I'm kind of like, yeah, that's going to take you a good few more years at least.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what I end up putting into it. I would, like I've been telling you, I would love to do online multiplayer for something like this, but I don't know if that's even
Yeah,
possible right now. So until I know if I can or can't do that, I won't even know how long the game's gonna take. You know what I mean?
yeah. Well, I mean, based on the current multiplayer in it, I think it's possible and would be pretty good.
I think so too, but you kind of need like a community to do something like that. I feel like,
Oh yeah, it's like trying to make an MMO without having a community that will actually play it. You're just
yeah,
gonna have a game out there that literally nobody's playing,
or even an
even though there's gonna be
FPS,
multiple people. Yeah,
and which is the probably the most popular genre for MMOs. So it seems like it's a losing battle, is what it seems like. So I think what's important is to just keep the game like steaming forward and just collecting people and just moving along, and then say like, hey, we got enough people, let's do this. I think
yeah.
it's gonna have to come to that point. The idea
There's been
of
several games. Sorry,
no, you can go ahead.
I was just gonna say there's been several indie games that I love playing, like Slime Rancher, for example.
Is that pretty
Absolutely
good?
amazing game. It I love it.
It never goes on sale, so I haven't gotten it, but I've heard it's great.
Yeah, yeah, no, it's really, really fun, but it'll be so much better with multiplayer, so I can play with friends.
It doesn't have
But they don't
multiplayer.
ever plan to add it.
Oh wow.
And it's like, well, your user base is big enough that it could be really good. Like
Yeah.
people are wanting it, just go add it. But apparently, it's just going to be too difficult because of the physics of the game. Makes sense, but don't really know until you try, you know?
Well, I know enough about Slime Rancher, where I can see where the developer's coming from. First of all,
Yeah,
he started the company, with uh, I mean more knowledge than you or I, but not like AAA knowledge. I don't think he came from a AAA company. Maybe I could be wrong about that. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is that that game is all about what's it called when the gameplay just kind of emerges, like emergent gameplay, right? So
yeah, yeah.
so if you've got all of these slimes, like with all of these different AI doing all of these things, if they're within like a player's certain range, that doesn't work in multiplayer anymore. They have to be doing it all the time, right? Doesn't matter about a player's range. So all of a sudden that's got to be stored, online. All of that AI movement, every single slime would have to be stored online, which would just be ridiculous.
Maybe.
You would have to have a setup more like Animal Crossing. You know what I mean? Where you can like let someone come to your farm. I think something like that
Yeah,
would actually work really well.
I was just thinking like, uh, mm, yeah,
But I haven't played
depends
the
on how
game.
complex the AI is. So
But I have watched like numerous talks from the guy.
yeah, it's definitely a good game. It can get repetitive after a while, but if you
Yeah.
just sit back and enjoy it, it is good. I'm more of more of like a okay. I need this amount of money, so if I just grind this for an hour, I'll have that money. Then after
Yeah.
an hour, I'm like, oh.
Oh, I don't even have the chat up. Not that anyone's chatting, but I should
I
probably
know,
have
I
that up.
know.
I
I'll have
forgot
it.
all my windows got closed earlier. I forgot to put the chat up. No one said anything. Don't worry about it. um, but yeah, I told you I was playing that Despotism 3000. Did I tell you about that?
Oh yeah,
Dude,
yeah,
I can't get enough of that game. It's like climbing the ranks of my Switch because I am just, it's so hard.
yeah. Do you want to know a little secret?
What's that?
I haven't gotten more than like half an hour into that game.
Uh-huh.
Like, it's so difficult.
So,
You get past the little tutorial bit, and then you just like what?
so what you gotta do is you gotta breed people and then kill them off, right?
Yeah.
Because when you throw them in the bioreactor, they get you get food and energy from it, right? So what the first thing I did that made the game super interesting to me was like because they've got all those different chips, right? Which is like it changes the way the roguelike play is, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But you have to unlock them by playing on hard mode. So I played on easy mode for a little bit to kind of understand how to get like more than 20 people. But then I was like, this is never going to get any better because I'm not unlocking anything, right? So I turned that off eventually, and I was able to keep going on hard or on regular mode. But what I did was I got the I only it was like a weird thing where I was able to get the bioreactor to only have people that were like about to die, right? Because it generally just takes people from the top of your there's like a
Yeah.
stasis chamber or whatever, right? Where you keep your guys in and they like regrow life. I don't know, maybe not stasis, but it's just like a chamber where they regrow, right? If you grab the ones, if you only put them in as they need to die, and then right, like remove the yellow ones, put them somewhere else, and then kill the red ones, and then put the yellow ones back, it'll unlock a chip that is what is it? It's no no country for weaklings or something for old weaklings or something like that. No country for old weaklings. Yeah. So, and then what that does is it makes it so whenever you put someone in the bioreactor, it only pulls from the bottom. Like the person with the least energy ends up in the bioreactor.
Oh,
And that
that's
changed
cool.
everything for me because that was like
Yeah.
my thing was killing off the people that were about to that had already spent all their energy and then reproducing, right? So, and I would pump up my reproduction chamber, like, upgrade it. So I could get like 6 people in there right away. So I would just start pumping out people and then use them for electricity and food and then kill them, right?
Yeah.
But once you beat the normal mode, which took me a good month or two of like pretty consistent gameplay, right? I mean, I don't play games all the time, but I do try to play for an hour or so every day. Um, it it opens up. All of a sudden, you can send your guys on little quests, right? Where so many people
Okay.
gives you a different percentage on whether you end up with more food, electricity, or people based on the map. There's a map that opens up, and then the game's goal becomes to unlock different what are they it's like a time travel device that's scattered pieces, and you have to find the pieces of the time travel device. I think is what's going on. Yeah, and
That's pretty cool.
you have to make it to the lab as well. Like you have a group of people that are going to the designer's house, and then after they go to the house, they have to go to the lab, and then after the lab, they probably have to go somewhere too. It takes forever. I would play for an hour and then die. I would have it
That's
going for
really
an
cool.
hour and then die. I was like, oh my god.
So it has like a little story in it as well.
Yeah, yeah. There's a story. Absolutely.
I did not know that. I mean,
The story is nuts. Because a lot of it, at first I was like, I don't understand any of this. I'm like clicking through it and stuff. It's like what is it? There's some butter. There is something about butter is like programmed into the computer, and it doesn't know why. And it's like why butter? Like I don't know. And it makes sense actually by the end of it. The programmer put butter in there on purpose, right? That's so
that's
weird.
really cool. I love the humor in that game as well.
It's pretty dark, but it's pretty funny. Lots of good what's the word references, right?
Yeah.
So
I consider that humor like a Paul kind of humor, where it's kind of dark, but it's funny as well.
oh yeah, what was the word you used to describe it?
I said like Portal.
Oh, Portal. Okay, I got you. I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, Portal humor. I get it. It's pretty dark, but not crazy dark, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, dude, I think that game's fantastic, and I've been playing. Excuse me, I've been playing the other game they're making too. Well, that game's been done for a while now, so I'm playing the game that they're making now. Also, there's a free beta on Steam. It's called Despot's Game.
That's what's game.
Despot, yeah. Um, because despot is like a term to describe like dystopianism or some shit like that. Like it's like a tyranny. It's like a tyrannical leader. Like a despot is a tyrannical leader or something like that.
Okay.
So their whole thing is taking this despot with a P, but it sounds like despot with a B, so it's a bot, right? It's a robot,
Right.
the despot. So Despot's Game is you're sending it's another roguelite, and you're sending little people again, like little pink people, um, to battle different rooms of like demons and enemies and stuff. It's a really strange game. Um, the story is far more far fetched, but it's still like the same characters, right?
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty cool though. Like it's a chamber based game, so it's a little bit like what's it called?
Binding
Uh,
of Isaac.
Binding of Isaac. Yeah, thank you. I was thinking Zelda. I couldn't stop thinking Zelda, but I'm like I can't say Zelda.
Well, I'm watching the trailer for it right now, and that's the first thing that popped into my head was
Yes.
Binding of Isaac.
Yeah. So, but it's an RTS based game, right? So the control style, you can click and move your guys at the beginning, and then it becomes like a battle chess simulator kind of game, like battle chess game where you just hit play and they duke it out, right? Based on
Okay.
where you would set them up and what powers you give the little people. It's
That's
pretty
really
cool.
cool.
I think it needs some work though because like the first time I played it, I was like, this is way too hard, and then the second time I played it, I beat it, and I was like, this is way too easy. But it's cool. What was really cool about it was when you beat it, they've already got it set up, even though it's just like early access beta or whatever. They've already got it set up so it shows you everyone else's, or like I think it was like 15 other people's ending like warrior setup, right? Like because you have like these warriors
Oh, I
at the
see.
end, right? And what it does is it pits them against yours, right?
Oh,
And it puts yours in there too to be pit up against other people's, right? And it sees how well you perform on on a scale of whoever else beat it before you. And I got killed by every single one because I barely beat the game, man.
yeah.
I had
That's
three
really cool.
guys
I love
left. I came in with like an army of like 50 people, and I was like duking it out and just like I got this, and I did some crazy maneuvers to get them to win, and they won. I was like, thank God. And then it was like over, but then I was duking it out every single time. They had this huge army on the other side. Like I was like, oh my
that.
gosh, how did they even get these things? I guess you can upgrade the shop. So I think that's the number one flaw is that you don't really need to upgrade the shop to win, and that's probably how I made it through so easily because I didn't spend any money upgrading the shop. I think I upgraded it once, and then I just kept on using the same things and just a lot of them. And
Yeah,
yeah, I don't know.
that's what I do sometimes, honestly.
Yeah, you find something that works and then you just kind of stick with it, right?
Yeah,
I did that with
how is it
Hades.
now to play it like that?
Have you played Hades yet or no? Hades?
No, I haven't. I've been looking at it occasionally, but I just haven't brought myself to buy it yet.
It's okay. Honestly, I play it as reference material. I don't really recommend buying it because there's so many gotchas. You know what I mean, like a gotcha game design moment. It's just full
Yeah.
of them. Like from the traps on the ground to the way that the enemies attack to the way that you have to reload all of a sudden or something like that. Like every step of the way. Oh, you taken some more damage. By the way, you can't heal until like later in the game. You know what I don't
That's
know.
just mean.
It is. It's the game design aspects of it irk me so many different ways. But it's great reference for me because they right now are the best action RPG game out there, the top selling, top performing. Was it game of the year or nearly game of the year? And
Wow.
yeah, so they did like really, really, really well with a game that to me isn't good. So to me, I think I stand a chance actually against Supergiant Games, which is insane, right? But we'll just have to see like 6, 7 years from now when I actually release a game after
I
Retro
thought it was
Spaceball.
10.
It might be. It might be. You know, it depends how long Retro Spaceball takes, right?
I'm sure you'll release a game before I do. It's fine.
Well, you know, I
That's
put
next game,
out
I mean.
I put out Ludum Dare games, so I already released something on this, whatever. And that
Oh,
Dodge people as well, so whatever. You know, it
yeah.
releases are for teams. That's the way I look at it.
I'm glad you said it that way because I don't release.
Nah, you're not a team. You don't have to. No, I think there's a lot of like you know what you were saying when you first started like peeking into the industry and like what other people are doing. I think there's a lot of misconceptions about right and wrong ways to do things. Um,
Oh, yeah, definitely.
like I don't think that any of that is really written in stone right now. I mean, Minecraft kind of changed everything, to be honest. The way I was looking at game design before Minecraft was completely different than how I'm looking at it now, right? Because I was in the dark dev before Minecraft, right? And even after Minecraft for a little bit, it took me a while to get out of the dark, right? I would I would not spend any time on the internet, social media, because in my friend circle, no one gave a crap about game design, right?
Yeah.
On my Facebook, same thing. No one cared. You know what I mean? So I didn't want to be what's the word? You know, like pushed away from game design because all my friends were into cars or whatever, you know, sports or racing or fighting, you know, all these different things that you could get into because that's what your friends are into. I wasn't really ready to like give up on game design. So I would just like even in high school
Yeah.
just make Doom levels by myself and not show them to anyone.
Yeah, that's kind of how I'm still doing things. Obviously, I'll show my games to you and James and uh, people in like game dev communities, but I don't show them to my friends because they don't really care.
Yeah,
But I don't mind. Like occasionally I do like, hey, look, I made this, and most of them are just like, that's cool. I play FIFA. I'm just like,
right, right. But you know,
yeah, that's the same game over and over every single year, but cool.
you know, for me, game design has been such a influential part of my life, and I'm
Oh yeah,
such an
me too.
introverted person to begin with that it was really easy for me to just kind of not have any friends. Like, and the friends that I had just kind of, yeah, I don't know. Sometimes they like my stuff, other times I like their stuff, but it's pretty rare that we ever get together anymore. I moved out here away from everyone, and everything I did before was very music based, right? Because music was cool where I was at. Like I spent so many hours I could have been programming or learning Unity or whatever, XNA or whatever. I spent instead learning to play instruments with bands, different members of different bands. You know, I would learn people and how to play with different people instead of learning how to program and stuff. It seemed like a good idea at the
Yeah,
time. Um, and it helps, especially uh, my my playing in bands. I think actually helps the most as building games in a team. They're so similar. It's crazy. Um,
interesting.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's the drama factor is what it is. Bands, there's so much drama in bands, right? And then it's also it's not so much about the drama the band and because when you're in the band because like if you're just like let's say the band's girlfriends or whatever, right, it's just drama to them, but when you're in the band it is understanding, right, it's knowing the feeling, like, and knowing how something is going to affect your partner, basically your business partner at this point. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's a tight relationship. So if something doesn't go right, you know that it's going to affect this person this way, and it's going the chain reaction of how it's going to affect the whole circle and how it's going to affect you. It's like, and you have to be on top of all of that stuff. Well, it's the same in games. It really is. People have a little bit thicker skin in games, which is great, but not always, right? And you kind of have to know. Otherwise, you could get on someone's bad side, or you could hurt someone's feelings, or you could just end up, coming across a way that you didn't want to.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
But that doesn't save a team. If it's a bad team, you knowing how to play as a team isn't going to help a team. You know what I mean? So it's like a weird thing. I
This
whenever
makes a
I
lot of sense to me.
whenever I think of teams, I always like the word team brings back memories of working with Wonder Game Studios on Today Is My Birthday. That horror game that I probably told you about that Cryptivo ended up publishing. I think it's still coming out. I don't know. Um,
Um, I think I remember this.
yeah, I probably talked about it a while ago, but it took years for that whole thing to just like finally get settled. By the end of it, they were actually using my logo that they didn't pay for,
Yeah.
and I had to be the guy that's like, "This is my artwork. You need to take it down." Oh, I'm on the. Oh, no, I'm on the. Yeah. So that was a big pain. You know what I mean? But that Cryptivo was good about it. They were cool about it. So I don't have any beef with them. But yeah, I think it's kind of weird the way shit works with game dev. As far as teams and Kickstarters and like a project lead in another country that this situation was just so weird, man. The guy
It sounds like it.
he had a game that he's been working on for 2 years, and he wouldn't let any of the other devs have the access to the collab, right? He wouldn't put it on collab, and he was afraid that people would steal the game somehow through collab. This guy was nuts, right? So yeah, he thought that we were going to take credit for the game, is what he thought. So but what that really meant was that he didn't want to give anyone credit for his game, right? It was a weird thing.
Mm.
He's trying to build a team because he thought it would help the game, and then he's like, "This team sucks," and we were like, "You suck." It was like this weird thing, right? Man, it was so
It
bad.
sounds like he was treating it like his baby. Like he wouldn't let anybody touch it
Hmm.
because they might hurt it, sort of thing.
Yeah, but there was so much asset usage and stuff like that. Like the main character was an asset, right? And he got called out on it so hard. You know what I mean? So like the team helped him, right? Because I designed or the writer wrote a character, right? And then I designed a concept art for it, and then I actually designed a sculpt for it too, um, as concept art, and I didn't get anything for any of that. And the character is in the game, so it's like whatever. But I
So
I didn't sign anything, you know what I mean, and I didn't ask for contracts or anything like that, and I was kind of hoping that doing the work would kind of um, like set my position in the company, right, and that type of stuff. And it wasn't working that well. So at that point, I was like, well, I've got a job at the frame shop, and I've got my retro spaceball project, so I'll just kind of watch. And that's what I did for the next like 2 years. I just kind of watched things happen, and then like a year into it, they were like, we need a logo, and someone was like, Rick, do the logo. So I did the logo, and they're like, no, do it this way, and I was like, okay, okay. And then it turned into a whole thing where I still have it. I think I had like 12 different comps of different logos. Right. And then I did a couple comps for logos for the studio as well, which they didn't end up using. But Wonder Game Studios is a terrible name. There's so many Wonder Games out there.
Yeah.
It wasn't the one you're thinking of. No, I'm just kidding.
It might have been. I've
Nah.
seen all of them.
And their Twitter presence is just barely there, and it always has been. Like, I don't know how they got all the views they did on Twitter. That's the whole not on Twitter, on YouTube. I think they paid for them or something like that. I don't know how that works. I think they might have paid influencers. There was one person I'm pretty sure they paid, and it bugged out like hard.
Mhm.
That's what happens when you don't test internally.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're the only person that has access to it and you're the only person testing it, and then the next person to test it is a streamer that you're paying, I mean, then you're not doing your job. Right?
It's funny because I consider you and James my internal like internal testers.
That's cool,
'Cause I don't
man.
have anybody else.
You know that's the same, right? I'm You're in a Discord channel that only testers can be in.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
funny. I was sorry.
no, go ahead.
I was thinking the other day about how you found that bug where you was able to get onto the roof of the maze in my game,
Dude, I love that
and
bug.
I still can't figure out how you done it.
Oh man.
I was trying for so long and I couldn't figure it out. So I'm just like, you know what? No more. I'll just put a collider up there.
Oh man. I'll tell you. It was a statue, man. The statue's got a collider. Hey, Studio Primitive joined the chat. Hey, what's up, Studio Primitive? Just hanging out with Techie Crow, one of my
Hey.
testers, and I'm a tester for him as well. Oh man, I haven't played the demo yet, Studio Primitive. I totally saw it on the Discord, and I just haven't had a chance to sit down and play with it. My sleep schedule has been completely whack, so I'm trying to get some streaming in. Hopefully, I can play it tonight at some point, or I guess in the morning. I guess it's already night here. But yeah, that should be cool. But yeah, what were we on, Techie? What were we talking about? Um,
The exploit where he was able to get onto the
oh,
roof of my
yeah, so
maze.
you've got those statues, right? You've got like the knight, he's holding the sword, he's like that, right? It's that
He
guy.
was near the end of the maze, wasn't he? I think you. Yeah, I didn't test him. Oh my god.
I think he's been moved around several times, right? Or no?
Possibly.
I think there's a
Th-
couple different things that I was able to jump up on, right? Because they have colliders. So
Yeah.
what you got to do is just make a big rectangle so you can't jump up on his little arms or whatever I was jumping up on. But yeah, that's how I did it, Techie. Gotta test that stuff, man. I'm just kidding.
Well, that's why I've got you because I can't think of everything.
It's true. It's absolutely true. You can't think of everything.
Yeah.
And
It's like the other one. What was it? You was able to get into a corner and like bug out the rendering.
oh,
I couldn't replicate that. I don't know why.
all you gotta do is walk into that position and it was doing. I think you fixed it though. You did something and it fixed it. Yeah. So I
Possibly.
don't
I
think you have
don't
to
know
worry
how
about
I
that one.
fixed it.
It it was something. I don't remember what it was, but I think you just moved the way that you walked around the maze and that fixed it. But Studio Primitive replied. He said, "No problem. It's only a 3 minute demo." Okay, and that's cool though. I mean, 3 minutes is 3 minutes. So I mean, I know how long that takes to make. Just a
It's
3 minute
true.
animation is like crazy. This is
It's
Attack of
not.
the Karens.
Ooh.
Have you seen that one yet? I
I'm
can
not.
I can pull it up for the stream.
I like the name.
It's pretty funny.
Watch out for those Karens. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, Attack of the Karens. Oh, is there no audio? What did I do?
No,
Is that me or the
this looks
video?
really cool.
Yeah, I love the art. Like the Game Boy style is great, and like at first I was a little bit weirded out by the addition of like the gray with the green, but I think it works.
Yeah,
I think it
I
works.
think it does. Yeah,
I can tell that it's being used to help differentiate the different things. It makes sense. So I think it's a good design choice there. Oh, I had the volume off. Let me try it again.
I'm getting bogeys all over the map. Stay alert.
Yeah, the voice acting is great.
Take them out fast.
I'm not going to stop until you're just a blood stain on the street!
Show her what you can do, Harbinger.
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah. The voice acting is just phenomenal, and then the music's good too. You popped into the R shoot 'em up and asked if for feedback. I didn't even know there was an R shoot 'em up. I should probably post in there. When it was strictly Game Boy palette, four green colors, and everyone said it was too hard to see the threads. So added the purple complementary colors. Oh, I didn't realize they were purple, but yeah, that makes sense that they are. They look gray in with the green, so that's great that that's cool that you're using a cooled or no a warmed gray, right? If it's purple, it's warm, right? Or no, I guess if it's purple, it's in between warm and I think. I'd say this is on the warm side. I don't know, but yeah, that's cool. Um, and I agree. I could see how that would work. Yeah, in typical shoot 'em ups, they use cyan and magenta. That's what I've mostly used in my game. Also, the bright green for the player bullets. But yeah, when you're restricting the palette, there's only so many things you can do. And if you were using like a Game Boy engine, I'm not sure if you'd be able to do that. Maybe. You might be able to actually because I saw Quest Arrest. Are you familiar with that one, Techie? Quest Arrest? Have you seen that?
No, I haven't actually.
It's a Game Boy or a Game Boy engine game made by John Rue. If you're familiar with him, he's on Twitter. He's like a retro room Rue is is his thing, and yeah, it's like you're a cop, is so it's kind of cool, right? And you can choose whether you want to be like a good cop or a bad cop kind of thing. So it's a small game, but I did see that there was a color version for the that retro console that's coming out. I wish I knew the name of it. I don't know, but yeah, definitely need that. I think I have this wish listed. Maybe not. I thought I did.
I've just wishlisted it.
I thought it was already wish listed. Well,
What?
there you go. I need to get my game up on Steam still. Yeah, no problem, man. Anytime.
Yeah.
And these last frames of this animation are killer. You see what I'm doing here with the ledges or the crags?
Yeah, yeah.
The walls are
That's cool.
expanding even further, right? There's a big hole in the wall because I haven't made the pixel art for it yet. The whole animation's killer. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. It's been killer on my schedule. I was my plan was to try to get the Steam store like open by the end of the month, and now my plan is to get this animation finished by the end of the month. But yeah, this is gonna go in the trailer, so I think it's important.
Oh yeah, definitely. Need to have a good trailer.
Yeah, yeah, I want it to be like amazing. You know what I mean? Like to have like all this different stuff. So I don't know. I think I'm just gonna keep updating it. I don't know. Part of me wants to just put the trailer that I have up now, but I don't have all the capsule art made yet. I don't like. There's a lot of things, you know. I want to make animated GIFs for all the features and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Because you can have up to 15 megabytes of animated GIFs on your Steam store.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I just saw this really great GDC talk on it. It just published the other day. I'm gonna see if I can find that and just show you so you can see where was it? GDC. I don't know if I'll be able to find it again. Maybe if I just go to the GDC page. Ah, yes, this is it. PR success gif.gif. Oh, I'm not gonna watch it, but yeah, this one here, how to get your game across in 5 seconds. prsuccess.gif. This is it's like a 30-minute video that's totally worth watching because it talks about how to there's like this little snippet somewhere in here where it talks about your Steam store.
I'm definitely gonna have to watch that.
Oh yeah, I totally recommend this one. Here we go. Yeah, see these are actual GIFs. On the Steam store, right? So this game did a GIF for each major feature in the game, right? So buy, renovate, sell, those are like 3 features in one GIF. Repair mechanic GIF. So like I think that's really, really useful. I mean, you only have 15 megabytes, but for a pixel art game, that's totally enough. If you're doing like a high res game, that's when you run into more issues. But yeah, I definitely recommend this one. Yeah, you know, I
I
checked.
have one major problem when it comes to GIFs.
Oh, what's that?
All of my games are dark. It sucks when it comes to GIFs.
Like, there's not enough lighting in the game.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, think about the maze. It's basically all dark and just a little bit of light coming from the torches and stuff on the walls. So when I
So,
make it into a GIF, it's very pixelated because it doesn't know how to process that properly.
uh, well, I mean, you gotta look at other games, right? So there's a ton of horror games out there. So if you look at what they're doing, you might actually be better off with videos. That might be the thing. But you know, videos on Twitter can be weird too, right? Um,
Oh God, yeah.
you know that video, that GDC talk actually is going to explain to you a lot of great ways to avoid that type of like artifacting and stuff like that. So one way is to make a video and then convert that video to a GIF. And there's a few websites like easygif.com that'll do that for you. And then you can kind of dial in the compression, and then you then all of a sudden you're trying to get the file size to fit right on whatever website you're using. So there is a lot of technical like stuff to it. Yeah, that video is really great. There's this triangle that they show of like length, resolution, and frame rate, and you have to like find what's more important for your game, right? So for your game, resolution might be a little bit more important. So you're going to have a shorter video with less frame rate, perhaps. You know what I mean? So if you can get away with showing less frame rate, then you can take away a few frames. But resolution and frame rate are probably both more important than length for your game. So if you cut down the length, you might actually be able to get some of that frame rate as well. And you know what, 30's a totally fine frame rate for a GIF. Or like 20, 29 is totally fine for a GIF. And you can even go a little bit below that.
For a GIF, I don't mind 15 frames. It depends on the type of game as well. Like if it's an action game, you kind of want it as high frame rate, or at least I do.
Yeah,
But
like my game needs a high frame rate for sure.
yeah. But I think for my game, it wouldn't necessarily need it. It's
No,
just
I don't think
weird
so.
because
It could I think it would get away with 30 frames just fine. Like you wouldn't need any
yeah,
faster than that.
it's like a slow pace, well, kind of a slow paced game. So yeah,
I would, like I said, I would look at horror games and the horror genre and just kind of emulate what they're doing to make your game look like more of a horror game, because horror games are hot right now.
yeah, the phasmophobia and all that.
There are a ton
But
of streamers, like almost every day I see them saying, "Where are the horror games?" and stuff. Show me the horror games. You know what I mean? I only play horror games. I see the same thing with wholesome games too. So it's definitely just a trend. But if you're already working on something that's scary, you might as well like show it to them. Yeah,
yeah,
Resident Evil is huge, and I think that's driving the horror market. I think you're right. I think Resident Evil has a huge thing to do with that. I didn't think about it, but you're absolutely right. It's all that zombie girl with the hat. I don't know anything about the game.
I don't know a ton about the game, but I have to admit it does look good.
It's I think I heard that it's a survival horror game.
Yes, if it's anything like the others,
So I don't
yes.
know what survival horror is because I've never actually played a survival horror game. I was working on one, but I wasn't allowed to play it. We went over
Yeah.
that. um, so survival horror, that's like Outlast, right? But I never played Outlast. It looks like you're just running away from people, right? Is that the thing? Like,
Um,
all I
see,
can think,
hmm,
I always
sorry,
think
go
of
on.
Manhunt, which was a stealth based survival game, and it was horror. So it was very much like that. But are survival horror stealth based or not? I don't even know. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But you know what I loved about Manhunt was that at the end it opened up and there was a ton of gunplay, and that was cool. But then the last boss, there was no weapons, so it was like, yeah, it was all over the place. That was a good game. Did you ever play Manhunt for PS2?
I did not know.
It was a Rockstar game. So it was like right after San Andreas, I think. It was around the same time as
Probably
San
why.
Andreas.
Oh
Yeah,
shit,
I had
San
both of
Andreas.
them. Honestly, I liked Manhunt a little bit more, like for a time being. I got more game fun. I got more gameplay and enjoyment and fun out of San Andreas, hands down. But there was a point where I was very into Manhunt, probably more into it than I was with San Andreas, perhaps. Like San Andreas, I was into for a long time because it was fun. You could have people over and play the game, and everyone would be laughing at what you were doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Where
I've got fond memories of young little Brian playing with his neighbor. You know, is the best. I never used to be social as a kid, so like when my neighbor come over and would play San Andreas or even Vice City. I really liked Vice City.
Vice City was
Um,
great.
would try to complete it, and then he'll go home, actually complete the game, and there'll be me like, I don't know how to get past this part. Help me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, that's so good.
What
When you
about
think of
the first two?
first two, I haven't really played the first one. Um, Probably should actually, 'cause it
The second
seemed
one's
pretty
much
cool.
better.
Yeah, I have played the second one. I really liked that one. That was pretty cool.
I mean, the first one wasn't bad.
Um,
It was just more difficult, and there wasn't as much going on.
yeah, they were kind of figuring out the system, I guess.
Yeah, precisely.
I read a story that when Rockstar was, I think it was Rockstar, was developing the first one, the whole wanted system wasn't supposed to be like it is now. The only reason it ended up like it is now is because players really enjoyed pissing off the police.
Yes, yes, that will. It was a little different, right? So what it was called Chase and Race or something like Race and Chase, I think is what it was called.
Yeah,
And the cops were just they would go crazy, right? And it was a bug. But it was funny. So they kept it in and changed the premise of the game.
yeah,
Which is awesome, right? How often does a bug change the premise of a game where you're like, let's do that.
yeah. It's just like chasing features instead of chasing
Hmm.
ideas.
But
I love doing that.
yeah, yeah. But Need for Speed 2, I think, was coming out right around that same time, and that changed everything. Hey, Easy Perp's here. Hey, what's up, Easy Perp? How you doing, man?
Hey.
Yeah, we were just talking about Resident Evil and horror games. We were talking with Studio Primitive for a bit. I'm not sure if he's still around. Um, and then I've got Techie on the line here. We're just chatting it up.
Hello.
Uh, yeah, Easy Perp is he's working on a it's like in between a beat 'em up and like it's a 2D side scrolling pixel art game, but it's not quite a beat 'em up, but it's similar to a beat 'em up, right? Something
Interesting.
something along those lines. What's the name of the game? Easy Perp, I cannot remember. No name. Oh, okay. Yeah, that is why. Very early. Well, it looks really cool for it
Fair
being
enough.
so early. Um, yeah, I actually met Easy Perp by streaming on Twitch here. Just doing pixel art and Unity stuff, and he's a Unity developer also. He was working on this game called Bats at the time that he actually released, and
Oh, that's cool.
yeah, I mean it's a smaller game, but it's cool for sure.
I mean, any game that's released is a good game, in my opinion. Mainly because
It's
I haven't released games.
it's very difficult to release a game. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, keep hearing
Um,
like that's the one hurdle that you need to get over. Once you get over that, you're golden. I can't get over it.
well, I mean, technically, the Maze is released, right?
Mm, mm,
It's
People
on
can play
itch.
it.
You can play it on
Yeah,
itch.
you can play it, but I wouldn't consider it release. It's more of this is what I'm working on. That's about it.
Have you gotten any plays on it?
I don't think so. Just you and James.
I shouted you out on my podcast.
Seriously.
Yep. Yeah, I told everyone to search for Techie Crow and find the maze. So you better check to see if you got some plays, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna check that in a sec. And
But
then,
don't be mad if you didn't. I tried.
oh no, no. I, I don't
uh,
really expect anybody to play my games, to be honest with you.
no, it's okay. I don't really expect anyone to listen to the podcast. But I do have expectations for my game at this point. Close. It's Techie.
Yeah.
But don't worry, I did spell it on the podcast. No, I
Oh,
got
so
I got to
good.
shout
So
out
good to hear.
you and James every once in a while. You know what I mean? You guys are like the retro baseball testers.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean I got more, but you guys are the ones that are like super active. You know, like
Oh wow. I did actually get a couple of hits.
cool, man. Good. That's great, man. No comments though, huh? That's the best when you get
It's all
comments.
good. Yeah. Oh, back when what's it called? Uh, Playground something. Uh, oh my God, I'm gonna go and say anything on this. Playground. It's a place to host games, but I can't remember what it's called.
Looks like Easy Perp found your page. He says he gave you a follow.
Eh. You mean Studio Primitive?
Oh, Studio Primitive. Sorry. Glad you're
Yeah,
still with
man.
us here. Sorry, man. Not reading the chat properly. Thanks for catching that, Techie.
Yeah, my games aren't great, but it's something. I like to call myself a prototyper instead of actually making games. I'm
I love
sure,
prototyping.
yeah, like Rick would tell you, the amount of prototypes I go through in like a month is insane sometimes. I think in a month I went through 3 or 4 different types of games, so like genres, just trying to figure out an idea. I think that's I came across it, started making the maze.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so it was going to be, I can't remember what it was called, but it was like a zero gravity, almost shooting but racing type game. So it's almost like an FPS game. You have to shoot behind you to go forward, and then you would race other players.
I remember you telling me about this.
Yeah, it's really hard to explain because I just never fully developed the idea.
Uh,
Um, and I was
that'll
thinking like
happen.
that'd be really cool in VR, like multiplayer VR and stuff.
Yeah, it might
Because
be hard on your stomach.
oh yeah, definitely. There's actually a game called Echo VR, I think. That's like uh what have you ever seen Ender's Game?
Yeah, I like the book a lot more than the movie.
Okay, well, in I don't know if it's in the book. I haven't read it. I'll admit, but like in the movie, there's that zero G fighting, like battle simulation that they
Yeah,
do.
the first one.
So yeah, so Echo VR is like it's kind of like that, but you're throwing discs around,
Oh yeah,
um,
he
and you've
uses
got to
that
press.
technique in the film. I think he does in the book too, where
Yeah,
he shoots with the phaser or whatever to move, right?
yeah,
He like propels himself through space with the phaser. But he
um,
shoots himself first, right? He takes out his limbs, right? Because they got those special
not in the
suits that like
movie.
stop him.
Yeah,
Maybe it
not in
wasn't
the
in the
movie.
movie. I don't know. The book was far better. You know what the crazy part about that book was that
Was that?
it predicted QAnon. And no one has talked about it yet. No one's made that realization yet. But QAnon was completely, basically predicted, and they maybe not completely. So what they did in the book was, how he had like a evil brother and sister. Oh wait, did they even talk about that in the movie? He had the evil
The
brother and the
brother was
sister.
sort of yeah. So
Yeah, the sister was
yeah,
good, but she took
that's it.
the side of the brother because after he left, there was no one to defend the sister.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
they
it's so
became
different.
a political power, is what happened, like, as children, because of a Facebook type thing that existed in the book. This was before Facebook, of course, right? When the book was written. So what happened was they made sock puppet accounts. Before the idea of Facebook even existed, they already had made sock puppet accounts, which are accounts that are like catfish accounts, right?
Right.
So they use these fake accounts to pose as people with political ideas and agendas and stuff like that. So basically, they created a Q for QAnon, right? And then they had a whole bunch of followers, and they changed the government on the planet while Ender was away. It was like a whole nother part of the story that they just left out of the book.
Dude, I'm gonna have to start reading the books because that sounds awesome.
Yeah. There's an audiobook for it. Yeah. So I haven't been keeping up with chat. Studio Primitive did mention that he's got 2 games on itch, and they're small. I think I've looked at them, but I haven't played them yet. So I'm gonna have to do a playthrough of Studio Primitive stuff. I don't know if I can do it. I could do it. I could probably just do it on stream here, right? Instead of taking a break. I could take a break also. But a studio, that's not how you find things. Play the squirrel game. There we go.
Kamikaze squirrel.
Oh, I gotta hit the button. I'm like, where's the download? How come it's not downloading? There it is. I think I gotta plug in a controller. Oh, no, I'm plugged in. Alright, but where's the download? Where did it go? Oh, there it is. On a different monitor.
Made this game in 2 weeks. First game I made. Ooh.
First game ever made. Cool. Oh, be nice. I I don't know how well you know me, but I break games. That's basically what I do. I have a file that is like games of people I know, and I'm looking for it. Make sure it ends up in the right folder. Sorry, that's taking a second. People people in those games. I spelled the folder wrong. That's great. I love it when I spell things wrong. No, that was the worst. When I was at when I was working at the sports marketing place and I'd spell something wrong, that was the worst because I'd print it out on plates, and sometimes it'd be like a whole bunch of plates and they would get installed into the pieces and the pieces would get like put in the frames and they'd be put in the warehouse and someone in the warehouse would be like,
Oh no.
Chamberlain, huh? No, Will someone spelled Chamberlain wrong and it's like, oh my god, like it is spelled Chamberlain. No, it's spelled funny. All right, did I find it? Where's the thing? I extracted it. Sorry, it's taking a second, Easy Perp. I will show you the masterpiece here.
Studio Primitive has asked how you're enjoying being a full-time dev.
Sorry. I'm distracted because it opened up on the wrong window. I am loving it, to be quite honest. Don't get me wrong, I'm not getting nearly as much work done as I want to, but I'm still kind of like rehabbing myself from having overexerted myself with my previous job, and I'm doing a lot of meditation, and I'm realigning myself, honestly. So like I'm only doing 2 to 4, maybe 6 hours of work a day, of actual development work. So that's not nearly as much as I was hoping, but
Right.
I'm building that up slowly, and I'm doing a great job of monitoring it. Here, I've got this. This calendar that I've been working on. Can make this big. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So this, you can't really read it. Probably focus. It's hard to see, but where it starts, that's where I left, and I've been marking down what, how much exercise I do, how much networking I do, how much creativity, how often I'm posting on social media, how much I'm streaming, how much I'm relaxing. I'm just keeping track of all that stuff, and I'm kind of taking care of it like it's a management game, like a despot game. No, I'm trying to get this game up. I think I can do this. Full screen game. There it is. Okay. Everything's coming through, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Should probably learn how to play. Worlds are trying to destroy your pride's apple tree. Left mouse fire, right mouse R reload. Bosses will spawn every 30 seconds. Don't let them get to the tree. Bosses drop power-ups. Shoot them. Cool. I'm going to move the mouse real quick so I have a better view. Move the mic so you can still hear me. All right, let's do this. Oh shit! Ah, forgot to reload.
This is a really cool first game.
Ah, yeah, this is really good for a first game. Uh-oh. Alright, I'll give it another go here. This is difficult, but it's fun. Uh-oh. Green one. Oh shit, got the heart. That changes everything. Oh my god, this is so hard. I won! I didn't know I did. I thought I lost. Well, that was way more fun than I was expecting it to be quite honest. Fantastic work on the art, fantastic work on the gameplay, the design, pretty much all around an extremely polished game for what it is.
And only made in 2 weeks as well. That's amazing, in my opinion.
In 2 weeks, you did all of that? That's crazy.
Yeah, that's what he said, 2 weeks.
Wow. So what's your trick? Did you make the music? Because the music's really great too. You did the music also? Wow, that's just fantastic. Are you doing the music for Attack of the Karens? Wow, that's awesome. So the music on the trailer, you did that too. That's super dope, man. Yeah, that's right. You do synthwave as well. You were saying so. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Oh, you bought the song. Okay, I got you. I got you. Yeah. Hey, the song works. That song works for the trailer for sure. Pretty impressive song. Yeah.
Music really, yeah. So.
It might be a good idea to even take a look at that style and kind of like emulate that for the game because it seemed to work pretty well. But you know better than me for sure because it's your game. What am I doing with the mouse? Where'd my pen go? There we go. You still there, Techie?
Yeah, sorry, I'm still here.
You got real quiet. No,
Sorry about that.
no, you're good. You're good. Yeah, been a pretty good chat so far, so I can't complain.
I think this is the first time I've seen other people watching the stream, to be honest with you. It's awesome. Great to see more people.
Yeah. Thanks everyone for joining. I really appreciate it. I'm not sure if it's a timing thing or what. I feel like sometimes I it's my fault for streaming in the middle of the night or in the middle of the morning. But it's hard to get people in. So thanks everyone.
For me, it was just sort of random. It's like 6:30 a.m. for me, so I should be asleep. But I saw that you were streaming, so I was like, you know what?
So you're
I'll go and
still
say
up from
hi.
the night before. I see. I see.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, now I know why you're getting quiet.
It's that, and I'll be honest, I'm playing Farming Simulator 19 as well, so we're a
Ah,
little bit
okay.
distracted.
Yeah, well then I don't mind at all. So you'll have to tell me a little bit about that game. How's that going for
Um,
you?
I'm loving it. It's the perfect game for me, like a simulation management game, really. Well, how I'm playing it is. I don't really know much about farming equipment, so
You
there's
didn't
no
grow up on a
hustle for
farm?
games. But no, no,
I'm just
nowhere
kidding.
near.
You're
But
not
yeah, like I'm
from
enjoying like learning this stuff.
you're not from a rural part of the country?
No, but there are a couple of farms around.
Yeah.
Just yeah, I've never worked on one.
It's kind of funny to me because like the people who are into Farm Simulator seem to be like the people who haven't spent a lot of time on farms. I don't know. I might be biased because I never had like a really great farming experience. I never did a lot of work, but I was always like invited to people's houses to do farm work and stuff. You ever have that happen where you have like a friend who lives on a farm and he's like, "Oh yeah, come on over for the weekend. It'll be great." And then his parents are like, "You guys got to move all of that shit. You guys got to move all of that hay."
No, thank you. Came over for fun.
Yeah, well, afterwards you guys can play video games. And that's what we did.
Uh, yeah, no, I haven't grown up on a farm or anything. It it's been on my wish list for a while, or at least in the back of my mind for a while. And I was like, you know what? It's on sale. I'll get it and see what it's like. Um, and pretty much as soon as I started playing it, I was just like, this is perfect for me.
Yeah, you seem to be pretty hooked. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, you know. But I can see
It's
you're always
it's my
playing.
second most played.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I've got the stream avatars thing, you know what I'm talking about, where you can see the last person who chatted or whatever on the stream. Like right now, Studio Primitive's dancing in the corner. Dude, that's a Steam app. So that's going to very quickly become my most played Steam game.
Even though you're not technically playing it.
No, but it's on all the time, right? Like not
Yeah,
all the time, but anytime I'm streaming, you know.
it's really cool. I like it.
It was like $15. It was actually Easy Perp's idea.
Ah,
Yeah, Studio, you can totally change your avatar. there's like an about me section on the Twitch page, and there's like a Twitch extension for stream avatars, and you can actually control your movement. You can change your avatar. You can like
Cool.
jump and stuff. I don't know. There's a few different things you can do. Um, but yeah, and I hadn't been reading the chat because we were talking about Farm Simulator, but Studio Primitive mentioned that he was actually thinking about doing that, where I was saying to take that idea from the trailer music and then making music from it. So that's cool.
Oh yeah.
He's saying he just sat down to make some pixel art and saw that I was streaming, so he hopped on. So that's pretty nice of you. I appreciate that, man. That's kind of how I started streaming. Was that I was watching a lot of pixel art streams, and eventually I was like, I'm gonna give this a shot. And pixel art streams are a lot of fun. I think they're not as big and as happening as like the next fresh game or some of the streamers out there, but you end up meeting a lot of devs, and that to me is cool.
Yeah, definitely.
You just turned off your own stream, Easy Perp says, and saw that I was on. Decided to support before bed. Yeah, that's cool, man. Probably gonna lurk and just leave the window open. So if you stop talking for a bit, oh yeah, no, it's fine, man. You can totally lurk, leave the window open, whatever you want to do, man. I appreciate you being in the room. I appreciate you checking out what I'm doing, and yeah, man. And I haven't been on your stream in a while, but I saw you streaming the other day when I was streaming, so it's good to see that you're streaming. I know you're playing Ark, and that's cool. That's totally cool. But I saw that yeah, the newer Ark game. I can't remember what the subtitle is. What the Rock Drake that Easy Perp made? Did you see that? I think I retweeted it. He made this really awesome dinosaur pixel art animation of the character dinosaur in Ark, and it looks fantastic. I can pull it up.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen it.
Did you see it?
No, no.
Oh, you didn't see it. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna find it. It can't be that far back. Ah, there it is. Yeah. There's some of Easy Perf's pixel art. Just
Oh, that's so
fantastic
cool.
work.
Yeah.
No, you did a great job, man. It's really, really great work. And you can tell how into that game you are. That's great that you're finding inspiration in it. It's really hard for me to actually get like hard evidence of inspiration from games. Like I get inspiration from games all the time, but you never actually see the evidence. Like I don't make a lot of fan art. When I was in college, I actually was completely like pushed away from fan art because they made it sound illegal.
Really?
Yeah, because technically it is. It's just that today's market has changed where people won't sue you for making fan art anymore. Now they promote it on social media, which that really wasn't a thing when I was in college. I mean, social media existed, but it barely existed, There was MySpace and Facebook towards the end of it, and YouTube towards the end of it, but other than that, there was like Twitter, and it was like celebrities on Twitter. I don't know. Things were changing, so I missed the bus on that, because I used to love fan art when I was a kid. I used to do tons of fan art, and then I got more professional about doing art, and people were like, no, that's ripping people off and cheating, so I stopped doing fan art.
Even though I don't know, I think it's the opposite, to be honest. I think it's helping promote, whatever it is you're doing fan art about.
You're absolutely right. You gotta look at it from the business perspective. You know what I mean? If it's helping it, then it's great. I should be deleting this, shouldn't I? But if you're not, then it's not, right? Like, I don't know. Nintendo's real weird about it, right? Nintendo's a great person or a great company to look at because it's just super entertaining the way they go about it. Like sometimes they're like, yeah, other times they're like, no, 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 right?
Yeah, we're very similar because I was just thinking about bringing Nintendo up.
Yeah. Well, Nintendo, I think they're just like perfect for this conversation.
Oh, yeah.
my favorite was Castlevania. There was a great Castlevania remake being made in Unity. But like trying to stay very true to the original, right? Like the yeah, Nintendo is a very odd beast. This singular dev was making a 3D or a 2.5D based Castlevania remake, and it was great. You know, the character was 3D, the level was 3D, but it all worked just like the original. Like the way the movement was stiff and the way the jump just like sent you, like all that stuff was great, you know. And it was up on itch until Nintendo said no, right? And he got a job out of it. He got a job at some other company out of it, but that project is defunct. You know what I mean? There's just videos of it and gifs of it now. The next favorite of mine is another Metroid Remake 2. Did you get to play that one?
I did not actually,
That one got pretty big. So that's why I asked.
but not that one.
Yeah, I totally have a copy of it. Because I was still into like torrents and stuff back then when that came out. So I definitely grabbed that one. I didn't finish it because Metroidvanias are fucking hard as fuck for me to finish.
Interestingly, Nintendo took down a Minecraft mod as well called Pixelmon.
Oh, it was called what?
Pixelmon, after Pokemon.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
So it's technically it's still there, but it's run by different people now. There's some weird stuff that happened, but yeah, a couple of years ago, Nintendo sent them a cease and desist letter, which I
Jeez,
think was completely like
out of
fair
line.
enough. Yeah, they were. Yeah, like they were using.
They shouldn't have been using Pokemon.
As,
That's the
so as
rule.
far as I know, they did not use any original like artwork or anything from Nintendo.
But they were
It was all created by them,
they were
but they were
trying to
basically using the names.
yeah. Oh, they were using the names.
Yeah, so
I
like
see.
yeah, Pikachu and just the Pokemon names and stuff like that.
But they couldn't
And
actually reproduce a
that's what.
Pikachu in the game because it's like
Um,
Minecraft, right?
yes, but it wasn't uh the actual model from like the games or the pixel art from the games or anything.
Yeah,
It
it
was
was
a
it was
fake
like
like see if I can find because it was like
like a
the
voxel
model was
art.
a bit yeah a little bit but not that much now. So give me a sec, I'll find
You drawn on the wrong layer.
an image or something. Oh yeah, there we go. Are you gonna Twitter? Yeah, Twitter's good. Right, give me the image. Just want the image. Okay, that works. Where are we? Retro Spaceball. Uh, I'll put the link in off topic.
What are you bringing up?
So that is what they kind of look like, but they've updated the models recently.
Oh,
So
the Pokemon the
yeah. Oh man, there's no good ones.
the Pixelmon.
But yeah, it's not like original models and artwork from Nintendo, and they still took them down because they were using Pokemon names.
Oh wow.
They weren't making a profit off this either. It was, as far as I know, completely non-profit and all that other stuff, and it destroyed the community for a good like couple of years.
I think I found an image. Here we go.
I just realized I could just
Oh, that's not it. What did I do? Yeah, these these mobs here kind of look like what might I don't know, man. I don't know.
okay, this is really bad quality, but
Oops.
it's the only way I'm going to be able to do this.
But yeah, you know, honestly, I think Nintendo does a great job at a lot of different things, but they've got too many different like things pulling them too many different directions sometimes, and they're just
Yeah, it's
they're
like
terrible to indies.
Yeah, it's like two departments are not talking to each other, so one of them will be promoting somebody and the other one will be suing them.
Yes, exactly. That's pretty much that's Nintendo in a nutshell. That's what it seems like. Because
Yeah.
if they did their job right, they would not only make the games that everyone's like wanting or whatever, because they know what games people want. They're just dragging their feet or like saying, "Oh yeah, you want that one, but could you buy this one first?" They do a lot of that. But then also, it's just like when it comes to the indie stuff, it's like, "Oh yeah, we love indies, but first buy all of the AAA titles."
Yeah,
Metroid, exactly.
that's what I have to say about Nintendo. Yeah, definitely.
Everyone's been thinking Metroid this whole conversation because that's just the whole thing. Is like we're waiting for the next Metroid game, right? I mean, to be honest, I actually loved the Metroid Prime games. I only played the first two of them, but I liked them. I thought they were great. The 3D controls sucked. That it wasn't like it should have had better first person shooter controls. But they're gonna work that out. You know what I mean? So yeah, Prime was an awesome uh like franchise. Totally. It was just I guess it's really hard to make another game for that. And then the hardware changed by the time they got it to a point where they could ship or whatever, and then now they can't ship it or something I don't even know. You know what I mean? So it's like, will Metroid ever come out? I don't know. Probably at some point.
Doesn't help that they kind of stick to their own hardware. I mean, fair
Yeah.
enough, they're doing a lot of mobile stuff now, but it's mainly just like Switch and other stuff like that.
Well, what's interesting about the Switch is that it's actually Android hardware.
Yeah, I've seen people get Android running on it, which I wanted to do, but it just seemed too difficult.
Well, from what I understand, is that the OS is an Android OS. It's just like refit to be Nintendo's.
Uh,
That's
Interesting.
that's the way. Cannot remember his name. The dev from Curve Space on the Curve Space interview on the Indie Game Dev Report. He was talking about how pretty much everything internally about the Switch is all Android, and it's just kind of piggybacking on their stuff. And that's probably why it's so damn slow when it comes to running the internet. Is because it's like the same speed as my phone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which is sad because my phone came out fucking 5 years ago now. So
So I don't think I told you this, but I submitted the maze to Nintendo just as kind of a joke to see if they'll approve it for Switch.
oh geez, you're gonna get yourself blacklisted.
2 months later, I finally get the rejection.
That's fucking hilarious. So much wrong layer stuff going on here. What layer did I even put this on? This one? This is the worst when you lose the layer. There's like this smoke up here. What layer is it on? I don't know.
One la 2 layers are more than I can handle.
You see how many layers I got here?
Yeah.
I got a lot of layers. It's one of them. I think it's one labeled volcano, or it should be one labeled volcano. I don't think it is though.
I was going to say you've got a lot labeled, and they're very informative, but that is not me. You should see some of the variable names.
New layer, new variable.
I'm pretty sure for at least 2 of the variable names in the maze, I just slapped my hand on the keyboard, and I'm not even joking.
Oh
I'm
jeez.
pretty sure that's what I did.
How do you remember what it is? Like, how does that even work?
It's a variable that I didn't need to know. That's all. Like, I didn't need to remember it. It was just sort of one that I had to use for.
Like a private variable?
Uh, I think it was used once, but I can't remember now. I haven't even opened that project for a while. But
When I was
I stopped doing that.
when I was working on the art for Light Switch Crusader, the programmer that I was working with, I don't know why, and I have a few reasons in my head maybe why, Oh, Studio Primitive is saying holy crap about my layers. But yeah, Aseprite is sweating with this animation. You're absolutely right about that. And you can tell when I save. Uh yeah. This is probably the extent of size that you'd want to work with Aseprite, I'm learning. And I kind of knew that going into it. But yeah. Shit, what was I talking about? There was something we were talking about. Um I lost it. You remember Tucky?
No. Sorry, I've got a truck stuck at the moment. I'm trying.
No, it's cool, man. Get your truck unstuck.
It's not even mine.
You're riding someone else's truck?
Yeah, she's let me use it because I don't own any equipment.
Jeez.
Um,
You don't own any equipment? What are you, Amish?
well, basically, I've joined this community that plays like realistic and stuff, and the way they run it is to become a farm manager. Yeah, basically have to earn it, and I don't have enough money.
Oh wow. So you're just like a farm hand?
I was, well, yeah, I still am, but I'm also a farm manager as well. I
Oh.
just don't have the money to really afford equipment, so I'm borrowing it off of other people on the map.
Oh, I see. So you've just started managing farms.
Yeah,
So you're still getting the
basically.
the hang of it, the cash flow going.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
the
cool,
way
man.
this server network is ran is very interesting. Um, they have over 150 servers.
Is this servers like servers that play the game?
Yeah,
Okay.
multiplayer servers.
Gotcha.
Um, so yeah, they've got over 150 servers, something like over 10,000 players. And it's kind of exclusive, so you have to go through a whitelisting process of learning all the rules and stuff like that before you
Wow.
can even like
Make sure you're not gonna
get the
spam them
password.
and stuff.
Yeah, and then you start off as a contractor, doing contracts and becoming a farm hand for people, get enough money, and you can become a farm manager. Uh, but you need like $2 million,
Oh, jeez.
roughly, to like afford all of the equipment that you'd actually need.
That's crazy.
But I just kind of went straight into it because I know people that let me use their stuff.
So you've got some friends already?
Yeah, I've joined the. No, they're not gonna find the stream, so I've joined a group that's playing illegally, sort of illegally in like game terms, like the rules of the
They're
game and
breaking the
stuff.
laws of this that the server set.
Yeah, so it's really stupid. So as a contractor, you're only allowed to make a maximum of $5,000 an hour for whatever work you do.
Oh,
Um, but if you think about it, you need to save up 2 million, and you're making 5,000 an hour. It's yeah, it's not great. So basically, what this group has done has allowed me to run one of their farms, like an
I
entire
see.
farm, and I take 50% of the crops and sell it myself.
Wow. So you're an
And it's
underground businessman trying not to get banned.
hell yeah.
That's great.
Although I'm starting to realize how this place is actually ran, and it's not great.
Why is that?
Um, so the guy that I guess found the place, found the network, and like is running it and coding it and everything, takes donations for
Oh.
items. However, he doesn't have to deliver on these items because they're technically donations. And the reason they're called donations is
It,
because he doesn't want to get taxed.
yeah.
Uh, he doesn't disclose any server costs or other costs. So um, there's like a progress bar on like how many donations we've got this month,
Uh-huh.
but it doesn't say like what the goal is, like $1,000 real life, 2,000, 10,000. He doesn't say, and the reason he doesn't say is because it's more or less the same each month.
Uh-huh.
But at the same time, he's not disclosing that, and we're pretty sure he's just pocketing a lot of the money.
Oh, probably. Yeah.
So
It's
it's bad.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a little bit of like loopholing going on,
Oh yeah.
and who knows
Uh,
about the legality of that. It's not a good idea to get involved in that with like an actual business. To me, that seems like
yeah.
some
Sounds
if
shady.
you
Yeah.
didn't really care about something, then you could do something like that, you know.
Yeah.
I would never try that with a game dev studio because I don't want to ever lose a studio over some stupid bullshit, you know? But if I was like, I don't know, making pizzas, I'd be maybe a little bit more like, yeah, yeah, you know, do some money laundering. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
But I did work for a
Well,
pizza guy who was doing money laundering.
wow.
Yeah. So
Because
it's
yeah,
a
this
pretty common
network
thing out here.
sounds like it. Um, yeah, like the network is sponsored by um, the developers, Giant Studio or Giant Software, and it kind of makes me wonder if they know what's going on behind the scenes, or if they're just like, "Hey, these are really cool, like people, like a really cool community. Let's sponsor them." I don't know.
Um, if they're sponsoring it, I don't think they're probably not like making a cut, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
which
they're probably
to be
not.
honest,
Yeah, they're probably just like you trying not to get involved while still being involved, right? 'Cause it's like you're not trying to like make money off of this, like real life money. You're just trying to have fun off of it. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
they're not trying to like make money off of the servers and stuff. They're just trying to keep the game going and keep them advertised, right? What company is it?
I would imagine. I believe it's Giant Software. What's that called?
Do they
Giant.
make farming simulator or no?
Yes, so Giant Software, they're developers and they're now the publishers of Farming Simulator 19, I think.
Yeah. So I mean, if someone had set up some type of situation where it got people playing retro spaceball, but somehow he was making money illegally off of it, I would probably have to look the other way at that too. You know what I mean?
Okay.
If it's making the dev company money and he's doing it at his own risk and it's not putting the company at risk, then I mean, like, what are you gonna do? Pretend to be the CIA and bust him? You know, there's nothing you really can do. It's not your place to stop someone like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, what about if somebody made a mod for Retro Spaceball and started selling that?
See, that would be different, I think, because they're selling it. You know what I mean? But
But
if
let's
it,
say it took part of like the core code and modified it.
yeah, I mean that's a little different if you're modifying the
Yeah.
core code and stuff like that, for sure.
Like if it just injects code into it, then that's fair enough because they're not modifying any core codes or anything like that. But
To be
if they're
honest,
literally taking the game and decompiling it, that's another issue.
if they were a member of the community, it would be different than if they weren't a member of the community. That's the way I look at
Okay.
it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because if I can actually talk to them about it and we can speak about it and make you know, almost work as a team about it, then that's totally different than them saying, "Oh, well, I'm doing this if you like it or not." You know what I mean?
See, this is why I like indie devs because most of them will be like, yeah, you could make a mod and make money, but decompile the game if you want. I don't care.
If
But then
you
you get like, for example, Rockstar GTA. Yeah, no, they don't like people doing that shit.
right, right. Well, they've got is like a supposed to be a finished product, right? So for people to be like, "Oh, we're gonna mod this," is actually them saying your product's not really finished, and them saying like, "Oh no, it's finished, it's finished, we swear." I don't know.
I don't know. I consider modding just not really improving, but adding. I mean, yeah, you can improve, but sort of add on to make the experience different, make it how you want it to be as well.
Yeah, no, I love the idea of modding, and if someone came up with a mod for Retro Spaceball, I would probably look at implementing it into the game. That's probably how because if it was something that someone felt strongly enough to put in the game, then it should probably be in the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah. See,
But it
that's
depends.
good. That's cool.
You know, when I first started modding, one of the first games that I modded was Snood. I don't know if you ever heard of Snood. I'll bring it
I
up.
don't think so.
It's a clone. I don't know what it's a clone of, but probably Breakout. Let me get an image here. Here we go. This is the one that I had. Let me pull this up. Yeah, this game here, Snood. It's a block breaker, right? Or like it's like Breakout, right? You shoot a character, and the characters are all animated, right? You can see some of them have their mouths open, some of them have their mouths shut, or whatever, right? So what I did was I found the files on the hard drive, and I just changed them with my own files. So like one of the first ones I did was I made each character a different drug. Like one of them was like a pot leaf with a face, and he's like smoking, and one was like a crack rock. Like it was just, I was trying to be funny. I didn't put it on the internet or anything like that. In fact, my brother was the one that was playing the game a lot, so I just changed the files. You know what I mean? I made a copy of them somewhere just in case he got really upset or something. But I just changed the files so the next time he booted it up, he's looking at the characters are pot leaves and crack rocks and stuff like that. It was pretty funny. Those were in my Doom modding days. I used to do a lot of stuff like that back in the day. When games they used to come more with the pieces like in pieces, right? Like the music would be little sound clips in the file folder, right? And yeah, Doom modding was a ton of fun. But yeah, so I would go in and change the sound clips too. I would like put my own sound clips in there. I'd take those ones and manipulate them in like a wave editor and put them back in. I never like saved this or put it on the internet or anything like that, but I was really into just like breaking other people's games and making them my own and stuff like that. Even before I realized what I was doing, I didn't know I was doing anything cool.
Yeah, that was really cool. I actually got into game dev through Minecraft modding.
That's really cool. I never was able to mod anything in Minecraft.
It's interesting. I mean, there's kind of two ways to do it. You can just do the kind of normal modding where something looks different, or you could do server modding, which would technically be called plugins. I done both, and then I was like, you know what, this isn't really for me. I want to make my own thing.
Yeah.
Uh,
You know,
uh,
I had this friend, and we just kind of had a falling out eventually. I don't know what happened. We just kind of stopped talking to each other. But for a while we were talking like almost every day on Twitch and stuff. And she had made a Tetris Minecraft mod. She said that she wasn't the only one out there that had one, but it was really cool. There was a video of it where she put down this like custom block that she made, and it started a game of Tetris made out of the Minecraft blocks like right in front of her. It just like built the level, and then all of a sudden the controls of the game moved the blocks that were falling down. It was pretty cool. And it changed when you beat the level, it changed all the blocks to a different set. I was pretty impressed with that. Oh, how's the farming coming? You get your truck
terrible.
unstuck?
Yeah, it's 12:30 at night, so it's very dark. I can't see anything. I'm just using like headlights to see.
In
So
game, we're
pretty
talking,
terrible.
right? You're not actually
Yeah,
stuck in a truck somewhere.
I might be. I might be. Don't help.
So, kind of reminds me of like this game that is out right now called Pressure Washer Simulator. You seen that one?
Yeah. I have not.
It's it it's a little bit funny to me because it's like you could just go apply for a job as a pressure washer, right? You know what I mean? That's kind of a little bit the way that I look at Farming Simulator, but not as bad, right? Because Farming Simulator, obviously, you can do whatever the fuck you want,
Right.
because it's a big enough game where you can kind of just fuck off if you wanted to, or try to break it. That's what I would do. I would just try to break it.
Yeah.
But you know,
It's
with
highly moddable.
oh, that's pretty cool. But with an indie game, doing something like a work simulator, that doesn't work for me as well. You know, like when I was a kid, I used to joke about like a mowing the lawn game, right? Oh yeah, you know, like we'll just make a game that's like mowing the lawn, right? You just mow the lawn, and it would just be a a great way to sell crap to people because landscape simulator, exactly. But there's a pressure washer simulator out there that's kind of the same way. It's like you have a pressure washer and it changes the shader of the object you're pressure washing. I mean, I don't know. I could never personally myself. I could not sell a game like that. It'd just be, I don't know. It'd be more of like a free game, I guess. I don't know. I would feel weird selling a game like that. You know what I mean?
I mean, if it's well done, like a goat simulator, then yeah, why not?
Yeah, yeah, but like the thing about Goat Simulator is that it's not actually a goat simulator, right? I mean, it kind of
Yeah,
is,
no.
but it's not really. I mean, there's no goat could ever do the stuff that goat does. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like I could see the appeal of that. But if you're like no, like seriously, let's do like cleaning dishes in VR simulator, right?
Oh, so oh God, what's it called? Okay, you know what? I need to quickly. Um, House Flipper.
Was it
Pretty sure it's called House Flipper.
House Slipper?
Oh, hang on. Yeah, House Flipper.
House
So you
Clipper.
basically fix up houses and sell
Oh,
them and things like that.
Flipper.
Um,
Yeah, I was hearing Clipper.
yeah.
Yeah, Flipper. I hear what you're saying. Yeah, no, I did hear about that game. Um,
So they actually have a VR one, a VR
oh
version that
wow.
I tried playing, and I got very, very sick because it's more about like cleaning stuff.
The
So you
house
have
is
to like,
just flipping. No, I'm just kidding.
so you have to like bend down to like look underneath beds, tables, things like that. Oh my God, it made me so sick, and I don't know why.
VR does that sometimes. Just the sheer
Yeah.
fact of VR can do that sometimes. Or it could have just been like a slight lag or something like that, you know. But Studio Primitive said landscape simulator, aka Hell on Earth. But you know, a Hell on Earth simulator would actually do really well right about now. I think. You know, I mean, you couldn't really sell it as a wholesome game unless maybe you found a good angle. You know, actually,
I mean, you could on like the side of like demons, for example.
yeah. No, I think we've just created a great idea for a wholesome game that would sell very well. Um, it's like there was this Adult Swim cartoon called Lucy, Daughter of the Devil, and it was it was like the devil's daughter, and it followed her, but the devil was always like trying to like get into her business and like, you know, I don't even know, try to hook her up with people and stuff, you know, like weird dad things, right? But something along those lines would be perfect, like a like hell simulator, and you've got this like overbearing dad, right? Who's actually Satan.
You know what? I could see that. I
Yeah.
could see that.
I mean, Hades pretty much is that. It's just the Greek version, and it's not as wholesome as it could have been. But you can
I'm
pet the
surprised there
dog.
isn't a lot of like plague simulators or something.
Oh well, after COVID, I mean, there was a ton that came out, but it's like shovelware at this point. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I guess I didn't see any then, luckily.
It's because it's like shovelware. There's just too many of them. I mean, pandemic simulators like out there. I could probably do a search. I don't even know. Well, there's virus outbreak simulator, pandemic simulator, Plague Inc., Plague Inc. Well, there's two different Plague
Plague Inc.'s
Incs.
pretty good though.
I never heard of that one. Pandemic isolation
Yeah.
virus quarantine simulator. Oh, this is images.
I don't know about most of them, but I know Plague Inc. was it released a long time ago, good couple of years ago.
Oh yeah, and well, I mean, pandemic released a long time.
Yeah, that's true. I think I've got that actually.
There's an article here. Two decades of pandemic war games failed to account for Donald Trump.
What the hell?
Oh man.
That's an interesting take on it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's weird, you know. I mean, I don't want to get overly political on stream or anything like that, but it's a little bit strange, you know. I'm like the whole the whole vaccination thing is a little bit weird to me. Like I'm not I'm not really exposed, so I don't really feel like I need to get the vaccine. I'm not exposing anyone. I'm pretty much locked in a room here all the time anyways. Um
Right.
so I'm not like prime candidate for that type of stuff. But also I don't trust the government. Also, I think that everything has a price. So if it's like a free vaccine, like I'm sorry, there's a price somewhere. But you know, like I said, I don't want to get too political. But it does seem like there was a profit to be made out of this somehow. You know what I mean? And people did profit. So I'm not saying it was definitely made, but it was definitely made.
Do you know what's really interesting? Um, I have severe asthma to the point where like I would wake up having asthma attacks basically every day, even
Sounds
with no
terrible.
medication.
Jeez.
Um,
Sorry to hear
yeah,
that,
I
man.
still haven't got my vaccine or anything.
Yeah.
I know people that are perfectly healthy who've had their vaccine and I haven't had it, and I'm like, have I been forgotten? I don't really care because, um, fair enough, I'm exposed at work, but we have the procedures in place that it doesn't really matter if we are,
Mm-hmm.
like to our personal health, I mean.
Well, there's a
Um,
lot of different things because first of all, like the mask is supposed to prevent it, right? Second of all, B, like the mask probably doesn't do shit, right? So it's like
it doesn't with the people I'm around.
it's a weird thing where we're being told all this different information, and now finally over a year later, people are saying, well, maybe the virus was man made. Like CNN said that Facebook is no longer taking off people who post that the virus is man-made. It for like a whole year, it was deleting posts where people said the virus was man-made. Now they're stopping doing that because apparently President Biden is looking into it, which is, to me is like, what? Wait, what? What Team America or whatever, right? World Police are looking into it. Like, what do we have to do with China's viruses? Like, I mean? Oh, they did it to us. We gotta go get them. It just seems like a very Republican thing to do for a Democrat president.
The whole thing is stupid, if you ask me. Just
It's
want things to go
political.
back to normal.
It's all political and it's all money, man. It's a weird thing.
Mm.
Lots of people died because I'll tell you what, man. Depopulation, man. I don't like I said, I don't want to get too political here, but depopulation has been a problem for a long time. It's such a big problem that they fucking hired Bill Gates to try to solve it, right? This was like fucking 10 years ago. You know what Bill Gates said? He said, we can solve it through vaccines. He literally said that in a TED talk. He said that we can solve the problem of overpopulation with vaccines, right? And I'm not saying that's why I'm afraid of vaccines. I'm saying there's a group of people out there trying to figure out a way to depopulate the planet, and they're the best funded group out there. So
Yeah.
we are losing numbers on purpose. That is a thing, right? So if the vaccine's free, I'm pretty sure the numbers are the cost. there could be more costs. We don't know. I mean, what are the costs of just like putting a crazy new vaccine super fast out there for a crazy new virus that we didn't know anything about a year ago? You know, to me, we should test stuff like that. But you know,
Oh yeah.
apparently this was enough testing. Everyone should get it, right? So I don't know. And then the next thing is the amount of peer pressure is insane, right? Because all of a sudden, if you don't get the fucking vaccine, you're everyone else is carrying your weight, right? Well, how does that make sense? Maybe the people who are getting the vaccine don't know how vaccines work, because as far as I know, even if you have the vaccine, you can still spread the virus and you can still get the virus. So even if you have the vaccine, you're in the same state as I am without the vaccine. So when my friend says, "Oh, you want to check out my new house? Well, when you're fully vaccinated, come over." That's weird to me, right? Because if he's fully vaccinated and he's allowing other fully vaccinated people to hang with, but not people who aren't vaccinated, that's throwing away the science of how vaccines work and saying, "Oh, it's a political thing," or something like that. You know, you think you're better than everyone, so you don't get you don't get the vaccine or whatever. You know, the whole thing is stupid, right? To me, but we don't really know exactly what's going on. So I think it's a good idea that some people take the vaccine if they're, you know, okay with taking the risk. There's a lot of people, or there was even some shit I saw, and I don't know how true this is because it's the internet in 2021, you know, but someone said somewhere that there was infertility rates going up because of this vaccine. Well, I don't know about that, but I know that infertility rates have been like skyrocketing for like the last 10 years after Fukushima. It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't think you can pinpoint it on the vaccine just
No.
because it's so new. Like, how long have we had the vaccine for? Less than 2 years?
Not long enough to really test it.
Yeah. So someone's saying like infertility rates are going up. Like, yeah, but probably not because of this. Right?
Yeah.
You haven't got enough data.
Yeah. But the infertility rates have been like skyrocketing since Fukushima. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't
Apparently,
plan on having kids.
the
So.
apparently their government's saying that that area's good enough. Oh God, words. It's okay to go back there, even though it's highly radioactive.
Are you talking about Fukushima or are you talking about Chernobyl?
Fukushima.
See, that's crazy. It's only been like 10 years.
Yeah.
And Chernobyl,
Yeah, and it's more radioactive than Chernobyl.
yeah, and Chernobyl's been, that was back in like the 50s or something like that, the 40s or something. So like, and there's parts in Chernobyl where you still can't go, and there's people who go into these places with like suits and stuff still, you know.
4 kids is enough. Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
4 kids! Holy cow!
I'm okay with none personally.
Yeah, I think if I like hit the lottery or something, maybe I'd do one, but
Yeah.
I would need to never have to work again.
For me, it's more of I don't want to bring somebody into this world.
Yeah, not unless I can like ensure that their life is better than mine was. I think that's really the hardest thing to do.
I mean,
But
obviously, if you want kids, Studio Primitive, then awesome. I'm not gonna like that's cool.
oh yeah, you
But
can't bash on
it's like,
kids.
oh no.
It's not for
Not only
everyone.
that, yeah, I'm not a fan of kids. Like my friends are all having babies, and they're like, "Hey, he's so cute." I'm just like, I don't know. Keeps looking at me.
You know,
You know?
I'm actually really good with kids, but it's because I don't have any at my house, right? I'm super patient with children. You know, I totally get it, you know, but
Yeah.
I don't have to deal with them all the time. And that's great because I don't want to deal with kids all the time.
So much fun, but a lot of work.
That's yeah, that's a great way to put it, man. I mean, I could see it being tons of fun, you know, teaching them cool stuff, all the cool things my dad did with me when I was a kid. I would get to like, show them how to go fishing or make models or go camping or, all the cool stuff, that you get to do. Or, all the stuff that my dad didn't do for me, right? Like, my dad knows how to program. He didn't teach me anything about programming, all of a sudden, like, I'm like learning programming and I'm like talking to my dad about it. I'm like, hey, I'm teaching myself how to program. He's like, oh, I know how to program. I'm like, oh, thanks for helping.
Yeah.
I think I would actually make a pretty great dad. But the thing is, I don't really want to be a dad until I can be me. I don't feel like I've been given that opportunity. Mostly because of finances, but also just because of like situation,
Mm.
There's not a whole lot of room on the planet anymore. I
Yeah,
think
fair
I think
enough.
that has something to do
Maybe
with it. Time to head to bed. Hey, thanks for dropping in the stream. I really appreciate it, man. Enjoy your sleep.
Yeah, see you later, CJ Primitive.
But yeah, I think if I were to have kids, like I said, I would have to have made some huge financial success because they're just so damn expensive.
Yeah. Someone I used to talk to a long time ago just messaged me out of the blue last night or yesterday. Um, just saying hi, like catching up, and then she's like, "Oh yeah, I've got a kid now."
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah.
like, "Oh no." I mean, congratulations.
Yeah.
Like just when you know people that should not have kids.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Well, kids force you to grow up really quickly. Sometimes that's not enough, but sometimes it is. I mean, it's not always enough. I mean, it's a weird thing, man. We're in this age. I firmly believe that we are not completely as grown up as our parents were when they had us, or whatever. Like, or maybe not everyone. It's hard to generalize that, but I think that generally speaking, people don't get to mature as much. The maturity has changed where
Yeah,
you,
yeah,
people are still collecting toys at 40 and 50 now, and that's normal. And that's okay. I'm not saying normal like, oh, it shouldn't be normal. I'm saying it is a normal thing to collect toys and to enjoy things from your youth and all that stuff. But there was so much pressure to become an adult that previous generations were looked down on if they did stuff like that, right?
yeah. No, I fully agree. Fully agree.
Like,
I mean,
I was gonna say marionette puppeteers, right? Just thinking about a puppeteer, you're like, oh, that guy must be a weirdo, right? But that's like one of those things that society has kind of like, oh, they play with dolls as adults, they must be weird, and it's not true.
yeah.
You know what I mean? That what is true is that artists are weird.
Reminds me of what's his name? Jeff Dunham,
is
the
is that a comedian
uh
or?
yeah, comedian and ventriloquist. Really fucking good and really funny.
I'm not sure if I
Um,
know him.
he, you know what? I fully recommend. He's just so funny. Um, have you heard of Ahmed the Dead Terrorist?
No, I don't think so.
Oh,
Is
okay.
that his ventriloquist dummy?
One of them.
Oh,
One of
okay.
those. But yeah, it's really, really funny, dude.
Right on.
Um,
Is that like an older joke?
uh, yeah. To be honest, I don't know if he has any new stuff lately.
Ah, okay.
I could be wrong. Mainly watch his old stuff. Or listen to, yeah, watch his old stuff.
I like old comedy.
Yeah.
Do you remember Bill Hicks? Probably
Oh,
a little bit before your time. Super funny guy, but he was like just amazingly real about everything, right? Everything. I mean, he was so real that he wasn't even really telling a joke. He just said it in a funny way. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So he would be talking about his own spirituality and drug usage and like just the way that he viewed politics and the way that he viewed what was going on. Um, and he would just say it in such a way that made people laugh, but it also made people think. And I think that's something that's kind of lost today. Jokes aren't really required to make you think, so a lot of people don't actually take that extra step. So I don't know. I haven't been watching a lot of comedy these days. I feel like it's all very politically geared, or there's an agenda, or it's divisive, right? Where it divides people.
Yeah, yeah, I could see that. I
And not
definitely
all of
prefer
it.
old comedies, or not like super old, but kind of the early 2000s.
Uh-huh.
Um, that's my sort of jam.
Right on. Yeah, it's weird because there's like when you're a comedian, you there's a few different like leniencies that you get. You know what I mean? For example, racist jokes, right? They're not good to make for anyone really, except for comedians can make them because they can get away with it sometimes, right? If they're big enough, if they're popular enough, and if the joke isn't like risque enough, right? Then they can get away with it. But it's like a weird thing, to me, anyways. I don't know.
I think it depends on the country, actually.
Oh, I agree 100%. But I also think that a lot of that is actually just dependent on how mature that country is and the people that reside.
Yeah.
Because the longer time you spend as a civilized country, the different your ideas get. You go through phases of ideas and stuff. And our our country here in America, it seems like our ideas are going backwards. Like we're de-evolving or we're collapsing, and that's kind of crazy.
I mean, did I think it was Sweden called America undeveloped or something? I thought that was quite funny.
It's not that we're undeveloped; it's that we're undeveloping ourselves. Is what's going on, right? It's like
Yeah.
um, it's like a collapse. It really is. If you look at other nations that have had collapses, it's like that's what we're looking at. Is that there's an imminent collapse within like the next 10, 15 years. But honestly, I've seen it coming for longer than that, man. To me, it's just a question of who takes us over when we collapse, and hopefully
We'll
it's
take you back, it's fine.
yeah. I mean, it's
And I totally agree.
it's weird. Uh, I never really enjoyed being an American, to be honest. Like the countryside's beautiful, it really is, but the laws, some of the people are okay, but a lot of the generalized mindset is really bad. So you have to get to someone's like individual thoughts before they're even okay to talk to. A lot of it is like this shield of like pop culture and public knowledge and just like political agenda, even like this yeah, this shield that you wear so people know what to expect from you, or they can know to avoid you or whatever, or they can know that you're going to let them in because of a way that your shield works. And it's a very strange thing. I'm sure it's happening in other countries too. I think a lot of it has to do with the internet. Everyone's finding their clique, their group on the internet, and they're identifying with that group. So anyone who identifies with that group all of a sudden has like certain things, the way they talk about certain things stands out to other people who have those same, like, or that identify with those same thoughts and, agendas or whatever. It's a strange thing.
Yeah, it really is.
But I love games, right? Because it's so diverse and it's also huge. It's this massive thing. So if you can identify as a gamer, right? And what does that mean? It means that a lot of people are going to look at you funny, but it also means that there's really no definition there, right? Some people have a definition that they've made, and usually it's a negative one because they don't understand that there is no definition for a gamer. Games are huge. You have gambling, you've got IRL gaming, like fishing is gaming, right? You have video gamings, you have computer gaming, right? You've got all these different types of gaming, and to be called a gamer all of a sudden is like yelling at the TV with a headset and a Call of Duty game. You know what I mean? So it's a weird thing, but I love the idea that everyone's doing it.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I think so. It's like if we keep going down this route, it's almost like that's what life is going to be. Well, if we can just like advance beyond work, right? That doesn't sound too far fetched to me. I mean, maybe to some people, but and I don't mean never have to work again. What I mean is our perception of what work is bound to change, and it will continue to change. But once automation has kind of fully taken over the the negative sides of work life, I think that we'll be free to do more of the entertaining sides of work life. Um,
Well, some people.
oh yeah, I mean some people are less entertaining than robots, so that'll be difficult for them. But I think it'd be very difficult for a robot to make a game entirely and make it fun. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
In the
There's
next
some
in 50
research out
years,
there.
50 years or so we could do it, but right now we're not there yet. So we still need devs making games. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it was Google or someone that has like, one of those huge AIs, um, tried to have it make a game based on a very limited rule set. I think it was just like the character or the player can move forward,
Mm-hmm.
and or could move around WSAD or whatever, and the enemies could shoot. And the AI just didn't know what to do with that because there's so many different things that you can do with that.
Yeah, even though it's like a simple
Can't
set of
remember.
rules.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I hear that, man. It's not easy to be a game dev, so I can't see a robot doing a very good job of it. But what is interesting is machine learning is going to come a long ways. So if we could figure out a way for a machine to make a game, and then for a machine to test that game, and then make a new game based off that testing, and then set it to do that for like a month or something like that, you might be able to get a game out of that. You know what I mean? It's probably not going to be as cool as something that you would get, but you could probably then take it and polish it up with real people. You know what I mean? Give it like real
it
art and a theme or something that makes sense or something.
it'll be interesting to try because you could make a clone of a game. Um, that would probably be quite easy for an AI to do because it can just look at reference material and then be like, oh yeah, I know what I need to do. I can just, A and D moves left and right, WS up and down, and left click to shoot. That's really simple. I can recreate that. Um, but when it comes to something unique, I think that's when AI is going to struggle quite a lot.
Yeah, no, I agree. As far as implementation and actual execution goes, right? Coming up with
Yeah,
concepts, I think AI would be great at that. Pinball, shoot 'em up. I think AI would have come up with that a long time ago. But would it
I don't
be able to make retro
know.
spaceball? Probably not, because it's really difficult as a human.
Yeah.
So, I mean, one of the hardest things I've had to do with retro spaceball is decide which feedback is valid or not valid, but which feedback is useful. You know what I mean? Because all of it's valid,
Yeah, yeah,
but only some of it's useful. And let's face it, when I put out the first Retro Spaceball beta, I had taken some bad feedback and put it in the game. And well, it wasn't bad feedback. It was just it wasn't useful feedback, and I put it in the game anyways, and it made the beta bad. And if you go to the Newgrounds page, you can see a huge trail of evidence to support my claim because it was just too slidey. The controls were laggy. It was just clunky, which is never something you want.
that makes sense. Actually, there's a question. I don't know if I've asked you this. Say you're selling Retro Spaceball right now, and someone who you know has pirated the game gives you feedback. Do you take that feedback, or do you just discard it because they didn't pay for the game?
I'd totally take the feedback.
Yeah,
I mean, the game's free right
because
now, so
yeah, but like if they would pay for it,
well, if you want it, you
it's
can donate.
interesting.
So it's like you choose not to donate, it's the same thing. And I'm okay with that, right?
Yeah,
I'm totally all right with that because I don't expect everyone to pay, and I don't pay everyone whose game I download. And if I'm testing someone's game, really in reality, the tester should be getting paid, right? So if anything, if they can just get the game for free, I mean, the game that they're testing, which is technically work, right? So the game should be free for testers.
yeah, that's what I think as well.
Um,
But it'd have to be trusted testers. If it's a paid game, it would have to be trusted testers, so they don't distribute it to other
Precisely.
people.
Exactly. And that's where you have to be small enough and have like a Discord or something. Once you hit a certain growth, you have to do it differently at that point. You have to probably pay somebody and bring them in as a team member or a contract worker.
But I think on like itch.io, and I know you can do it on Steam, you can just give keys away, so that's probably one way to do it.
Oh,
But
absolutely. 100%.
yeah, only those people could.
But
Yeah,
as soon as you get big enough, I mean, you don't have time to email everyone keys, right? Um,
yeah,
and then all of a sudden you're using a key emailer, right? And then you have to be even more careful about it because it's going to anyone who finds you on there is going to get a key. They might just be selling them, right? There was this big thing, and I think Steam prevents it from affecting users, but there was this big thing where people were using stolen credit cards to buy keys and then selling the keys, and
right.
then
People still do that.
yeah, but there was a thing where it was charging back to the devs, and I don't know if that's still the
Right.
case now, but it was indebting people to the point where they could no longer like function as a company because uh, the game had been charged back so many times from stolen credit cards. Like that's crazy.
Yeah. I don't know about the chargeback things, but I definitely know that people stealing credit cards and uh, buying keys and whatnot. But
Well, so what a
I've seen.
chargeback is, and the only reason why I use that term is because I worked in a chargebacks department at a credit card processor for a bit. But the thing is that when you make any dispute about your credit card purchase, let's say someone purchased something and you didn't, and you say to your credit card company, I didn't purchase that. What they do is they charge back that money to your account, and that's what a chargeback is. So the person who didn't spend the money got the money back, but the person who stole the money, they still got what they stole. You know what I mean? So the business owner gets screwed, is what happens. Which those are the calls that I was taking, and it was terrible. It was the worst, probably one of the worst jobs I've had.
I don't know if it's different now or if it's certain companies, but that happened to me once where I think a friend, yeah, so a friend brought something using my bank card, and they forgot to tell me because I told them that they're welcome to as long as they let me know before they buy it, so I'm aware that money's going to leave my account and then go back in. Um, so they'd done that but forgot to tell me. So I saw that money left my account and this was a couple of hours before they put the money back in, like transferred it to my account. Um, so I contacted my bank about it, and they they basically said they can't do a chargeback or can't refund me until they've investigated it,
Yeah.
which is like, well, okay, that's fine, but what if it was £1,000 instead of £10? Like, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, no, it gets investigated, and believe it or not, it's usually on the side of the card holder that it works out for. What happens is you present your evidence, which is your receipt or whatever, which hopefully you still have, right? And then they have to present their evidence. But if they did any one thing wrong on all of the different protocols they have to do in getting like online money or whatever, then the customer automatically wins. Well, one that I was seeing a ton of when I was working was so I know in Europe you guys had the chip for like ever, the chip on the card. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, chip and pin.
Yeah, yeah. So we've had pins, but only on ATM cards, and credit cards just had a magnetic strip for the longest time here. And recently, in the last 10 years or so, we changed to a chip. And it was mind-boggling how people could not get their head around the chip, right? And it was mostly small businesses, mostly like elderly small businesses who've been open this whole time, running like a swiper, or some of them even had the mechanical swipers, which make an impression of the card number. Like, oh my god,
Okay.
yeah. These were the calls that I was dealing with, and they were losing all of their chargeback claims because they weren't using the chip reader, which you automatically lose in any dispute because that's like number one protocol now. You have to use the damn chip reader. If they've got a chip on their card, you have to use the chip reader. If they don't have a chip on their card, then you can use a swipe. But the signature is another thing, right? If they don't sign, like how do they know that they were actually there, right? So you need like all of these things faxed and stuff. If you're the business owner, it's this huge ordeal, and then it takes it takes weeks for it to happen. It's a very stressful process, especially for the small business owners. Usually, it occurs to them by fax. What happens usually first is that they realize the money's been pulled from their account, and then they run to their fax machine and realize that they've had this fax for a while, because no one uses faxes. And then they call the number on there, and I was the guy who answered the phone. Where the fuck is my money? Every single time. It was terrible.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Yeah. No, I quit that job actually. Yep. Credit cards. Honestly, after working there, I would never do that for a small business. I would never have like a swiper credit card thing. It'd just be like, uh, that's just not the way to do business. There's so many fees. They get you every step of the way.
It's funny from my point of view, the swipe thing is I've never had to do it, and I've only seen it in person once in Canada. Um, but like the fact that it was mainstream for a long time while we had chip and pin was like, how? I don't understand why.
Yeah, well, it all came down to money, right? Because we already had this infrastructure based on the swipe, so we just kept it until it
Yeah.
was getting exploited too much, right? Because it's a security hole, is what it is. But it took a long time for people to start exploiting it. But then the internet came out and it kind of ruined it. So yeah, now it's got a special ID that keeps track of your purchases and stuff on it and stuff. It's a weird thing. It wouldn't surprise me if they
It's funny.
sold that information too.
Well, our bank cards and credit cards have the magnetic strip, but
Hmm.
as far as I know, nobody ever uses it.
Yeah, that's
Um,
for like a secondary thing if your chip fails or something like that.
but that's the thing. It usually if the chip fails, we're just like, okay, well, the business is like, well, I can't take the payment then, basically.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
we'll get
probably a
cash or
better route because you have
even
if
where I
there's a
work, you
problem, then
cannot
you
take
have
it.
yeah, if there's a problem, then there's like yeah, it's weird. But you know what's really weird is that a lot of places out here they still use the swipe for food.
For food.
For food, yeah. They get like special privileges or something, I don't know. It's only like fast food. Like if it's a restaurant, they usually use the chip.
That's weird.
It is weird. Yeah, gas stations I think were the same way for a while. It's hard to say on gas stations because you stick the whole card in and you always have. You know what I mean? So when you stick it in and pull it out, I'm pretty sure that's just a swipe because you really have to wait for it to read the chip. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it'll like beep at you most of the time. It'll be like, right? But if it's just a swipe, you swipe it and then you wait for it to read. And that's the way the gas stations are out here too. So I'm pretty sure that there's some loopholes that like big companies are getting away with, where they have special tracking or something like that. I don't even know.
It's a bit weird to me. Like
But yeah,
where I work, the card machines have the swipe,
uh
but
huh,
it just doesn't work.
yeah,
If the customer swipes their card, it will just say, please insert chip, please insert the card, or
right.
something like that.
Well,
Yeah, it's like
um,
impossible to do swipe.
what from if it's a Ingenico or a Verifone, sometimes, which it probably isn't, those the restaurants, the fast food companies, they have higher quality stuff than that. But the machines that I worked on, it was definitely like a secondary thing. If the chip failed like 2 or 3 times, it would say please use swipe, and it still happens here at grocery stores every once in a while. Certain machines start to break, and their chip readers on the machine break. That's usually the case. It's usually not the actual chip. Sometimes there'll be like a little bit of lint or dirt or something on the chip, and that'll prevent it from reading.
Yeah.
But you just wipe that off and try again. But yeah, I mean, if you're in a country that has been using the chip for like super long, why would you ever think like, oh, I'll just swipe it, you know?
Yeah, I've never swiped it. I don't even know how to, you know.
You know, I thought it was crazy when I heard that that Europe had chips for way longer. I had no idea. I didn't know about that until I worked for the credit card company. I don't think that's something we advertise. We don't talk about it here. No one knows.
Yeah. As far as I know, we've had it my entire life, so like 20, at least 27 years. It's crazy.
You're getting old, Techie.
Yeah, I know. I'm feeling it.
You've lived longer than Kurt Cobain at this point, I'm thinking. Yep. I'm getting older too, man. My eyes been fucking twitching and shit.
Oh, dude, I've had that as well. So the past week, I've had this thing where the my in my left eye, the top eyelid would just randomly twitch and will not stop unless I blink like 5 times. And it'll do
Five?
this over and over every like minute or something.
Yeah.
It's
No,
so
mine's
weird.
been doing
I've
it for a
never
month, man. But it's my
Jesus.
lower lid and it's on the other eye, my right eye. But it's weird. It started on the left upper lid. Just there was like 1 hour where it was bothering me on the left upper lid, and then it switched to the right lower lid, and it's been there for like over a month now. It's like
So
faint though.
weird.
I don't know what it is. There's like a blood vessel that's pretty like close to the skin there, it's, like visible. And then I was like looking underneath the eyelid, and it's like there too. So I don't know. Maybe there's an issue or something, but I don't know. I'm not too worried about it.
Human bodies are weird.
Yeah. especially as they get old.
Yeah.
So I've just kind of chalked it up to getting old. And I've decided that I need to rest my eyes more. You know, if it starts twitching, I just close my eyes for a bit. Stop playing the game that's making the twitch or whatever. Or if
Yeah.
I'm drawing, sometimes I'll just close my one eye and I don't know. It's not like I'm in public. People aren't looking at me. But it was a pain in the ass at work because when it was twitching, I still had to be working, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Same with me.
You got to have your eyes open to work. So I think that might be part of it, you know, like having to work too much and then having to keep your eyes open.
Being overworked.
Yeah, I think my eyes like get dry as well. Being out in the desert, the air is so dry out here. Um, that yeah, I think it has an effect on my eyes.
That would make sense. Yeah.
Also, smoking weed I think might have an effect on it too.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. It just seems like there might be a like a I don't know connection. So are you gonna head to bed eventually here? Are you staying up for a whole nother day?
Honestly, I don't know yet. I'm very tired right now, but if I go to sleep now, I'll wake up at like 10 p.m. or some shit.
Yeah,
It's just
I woke up at 7 today, or it was 6. Yeah, it was like the weirdest thing, you know. Like I had my sleep schedule almost completely flipped on accident, and then all of a sudden the unemployment person called me at like 11, and I couldn't sleep after that. But I'd only slept like 3 hours or something. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
I stayed up for like a whole day, and all of a sudden I went to bed at like 10 and woke up at like 6, and then I took a nap for like 4 hours, and then I couldn't sleep. So it's back at 7. You know, like the weirdest thing has happened. It's pretty normal to me actually, but for everyone else, it just seems really weird. My sleep schedule. It just I go a little bit further than I should. You know, like I get normal people go to bed around like 10 to wake up at 6 or something like that, and for me, it's just really hard to only give myself that many hours of being awake. I prefer to sleep or stay awake at least a couple hours longer than most people. And then I prefer to sleep for a couple hours longer too. It's a weird thing. Yeah, when I was doing that work for the Wonder Game Studios or whatever, um, that's the way it was. It was like my sleep schedule had completely flipped, and I was just like just just going I had no idea what time of day it was. The only reason why I had to know was to make sure that the grocery store was open if I needed food. There was times where I ran out of food, but I couldn't eat because I had woken up at like midnight. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's happened to me quite a bit now, actually.
It sucks because you're like, oh, I'm really hungry, but nothing is open. Great, and I've got no
Well,
food.
I'm used to a supermarket near me being open 24 hours, but with COVID, they stopped that.
Mm.
Uh, Now they're only open till midnight, so it'll get to like 1 o'clock, and I'm like, ah, you know what? I'm gonna go get a snack, and then I realize that they're closed, and I'm like, fuck, start a bit here.
Yeah, you know, I bet there's somewhere out here that's 24 hours. Maybe not with COVID. I really don't know. But it's always like the shittiest grocery stores. You know what I mean? Like Walmart and shit. Like I don't want to go fucking Walmart, right? Shit. Like that's like the worst food there is. I'd probably rather starve or go to McDonald's or some shit. You know, or Burger King.
What are you talking about? That's the best food. Yeah. Not. Although I did go there for free food the other day.
To
I
McDonald's?
mean, no, Burger King
I'm
to go
playing.
for free fast food. But if it's free, I'm gonna get it.
I hear you, man. I hear you. I did the same thing at Jimmy John's.
Well, I mean, I went there for free food, and I wanted to find out how many hours I worked last month, but they were really busy, so I was just like, I'll take the food and go.
Like, how many hours do you want to work? What am I?
I can't believe my boss tried getting me to work today. But no, I'm on holiday.
Yeah, that's
I'm
what you're
getting
saying.
paid to sit at home. Like, come on.
Yeah,
They
you
offer me
can't.
extra hours as well, so it's like, oh,
Oh yeah. No, dude, paid time off is the best.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm a little upset that I didn't get my paid time off, but you know, at the same time, like, I'm not trying to fucking fight over it, you know? Like,
Yeah, it did kind of
I'd
screw
rather.
you over a bit.
What's that?
It did kind of screw you over a little bit.
Oh, it screwed me over a ton, dude. 78 hours at
Yeah,
18 an hour. It's like almost 2 grand or something like that of
well, yeah.
free money that I wouldn't have to work for. You know what I mean? So yeah. Not to mention, I did a lot of work to build up those hours. So I actually already did the work for that. You know what I mean? So yeah, they definitely screwed me over. But I get to not go into work. And the best part is that they really screwed themselves over by firing me, right? Like
Yeah.
they had they had no idea how much work I was actually doing for them, I think. Well, my manager had an idea, but I think what he always did was that he told himself that I was lazy, or that he told himself that I wasn't doing as much as everyone else. So I think he just like minimized the work that I was doing in his mind because he didn't like me, you know. And the reason why he didn't like me, I figured the only reason I could think of is because when we first started, he was drinking a lot and was always trying to get people to go drink with him after work. And one of those times, or a couple of those times, he would like tell me some really fucked up shit that no one wants to hear. You know what I mean? And then I'm sure that he remembered in the morning and regretted it. You know what I mean? So I'm pretty sure that's why he didn't like me, is because he was worried that I was gonna spill the beans. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which I never did. I'm not that type of person. But it did change the way I felt about the guy. You know? I mean, he straight up told me that he married his wife for money. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's not the kind of person I would like.
No, no, and the way he said it, he was saying it to me like that I should do that. He's like, it was the weirdest thing because we were talking about uh I I started the conversation by saying that I was hoping I could make more money at the frame shop. And he's like, "Oh, well, maybe in a couple years we could be making 18 bucks an hour." It took me like 3 years to make 18 bucks an hour, but he's like, "Maybe in a couple years, you know." Um and then he says, "You know what you really got to do is just start looking for women with money." It's like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, you're in Scottsdale. You just got to go find the cougars and just pretend that you've got money and they'll hang out with you and spend their own money with you." And I'm like, sounds like you know what you're talking about through experience. He's like, yeah, you know, totally. That's what I did. You know, that's how I found my wife. I was like, holy fuck.
What the hell?
Yeah. So that was that. It's like, holy cow. Um,
Did you just say that?
yeah, yeah. Like I had to eventually meet his wife on a couple occasions at the company parties and stuff too. It's weird, awkward.
Yes, yeah, it's like trying to not act awkward.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and you know, she worked at TSYS, the credit card processor that I worked at the job prior. So I didn't know, the TSIS is a huge company, so I didn't actually know her or anything like that. I had probably seen her around maybe once or twice, but I didn't even really recognize her. She didn't recognize me. But we had something to talk about, and Shane was talking to all these other people. So I spent a lot of time talking to his wife at these parties because she would kind of gravitate towards me since we had something in common, which made the conversation even more difficult, you know, because I was just like, hey, yeah, thesis is, yeah, that I no longer work there, but you know, it was weird stuff. But yeah, he kept saying things like, "You're clever," and as like a negative thing. Like I was figuring out a way to like get one over on the company or something like that. Like looking back, I should have. No, but I was always like under a microscope. So like anytime I had my phone out, it was like an issue. But every time everyone else had their phone out, it was no issue. You could walk out and have a phone call all day. For this one dude was buying a house. It was every day. He was going out and having like a 10-minute phone call for a bit, and no one said anything to him because he's buying a house, you know? It's like,
Yeah.
but if I hit a button to switch a song, it's an issue. But yeah, you know,
My boss was trying to get me to do something like that as well. Um, so this guy, uh, I mean, to be fair, is kind of deserved. Like he has an attitude problem and he just doesn't work. Like he'll literally just stand in the kitchen on his phone when it's busy,
jeez.
even after 10 a.m. And yeah, anyway, I reported him for it because I was like, you know what,
Well,
I'm
if,
basically short-staffed because you're
yeah,
not working.
right. If you're trying to
Um,
get shit done, it's not happening because someone's not doing it. That's
yeah,
your job to turn them in.
and the main issue was the fact that he was on his phone all the time.
Yeah.
And his argument to that was, well, everybody's on their phone. Um, why can't I be? So I'm trying to explain to my boss, like, yeah, people go on their phones, but for like a second to quickly check their messages
Mm-hmm.
or, you know, have a quick browse on Facebook before it gets busy or something. Like everything's done, it's not busy, there's no customers. Um, but you know, this guy's doing it when it's busy. We're telling him to get off his phone, he doesn't.
That's
He's just
crazy.
taking the piss. And then
You
my
know,
boss is like, well, none of you should be on your phones anyway. From now on, nobody's on their phones. It's like, whoa, hang on a second. I've just reported one guy to you who's been taking the piss. He's like taking advantage,
yeah.
and now everybody has to suffer for it. Like,
Yep.
what the fuck?
Pretty much. And it sucks. But the reality
Yeah.
is that if he was at like another restaurant that wasn't like a chain, or if he was at an American restaurant that wasn't a chain, the cooks would probably like make him not want to work there, right? They would make him so uncomfortable that he would quit. That's pretty much every cooking position I've been in. Like that's what all the other cooks are doing anyways. So if you're not doing your job, then all of a sudden you're targeted by everyone, right? Because everyone's already doing that to somebody. They automatically find someone they don't like, and they start trying to make them uncomfortable. It's a very strange thing. I don't like that. I got that vibe from one of the people that was coming in as I was leaving too. This like the very first, I think I mentioned it in the dev chat. One of the very first days he was working, he was like talking about politics. He just wouldn't shut up about politics, and it wasn't even like pro Trump or anything like that. It was like he was defending the Proud Boys is what it was, right? And I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? He's like, well, how can they be racist if they have a Mexican person in charge or something like that? I'm like, they're anti-Semites, you know? Like, they're like, well, it was just this big discussion and it didn't need to be. And it's just like, all right, well, we don't need to talk about politics. We could talk about something else, you know? And I had to diffuse the situation, but I could tell right off the bat that guy was out to make me uncomfortable. He would put things in my way, you know, and then he would if I told him how we do things this way, he would completely not he would disregard everything that I told him, and I was training him, so it was very difficult.
Yeah.
And then this other dude who we had tried to start a fight with me when the COVID shit happened because he was so tense. I had to diffuse that as well. That guy stopped, didn't like me after that either. He was telling this new guy techniques that I didn't tell him, and he was fucking it up. Oh my god, it was so bad. Right?
Sounds about right.
He was putting glue on the back of the pictures and stuff like that. It was just a mess, right? The plates were crooked, and he would send them as, oh my god. It was so stupid. But I looked at it as a like a what's the word? An exercise in patience. That's the way I look at those people.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, anytime I can feel that my patience is getting like pushed or whatever, like my patience is drawing thin, I just tell myself this is just an exercise. This person here is just pushing me to see if I can, expand my limits of working well under pressure, because that's what it is. It's pressure, you know. But I don't know. It would be best to just only work with people that work well with you, but that's just not the way it works, right? You end up having to compromise and deal with people. Like, it'd be really cool to start like a dev team, and I do plan on doing that eventually. But I worry about the people who I would hire. You know what I mean? Like, contracts are one thing. It'd be a fun way to see who's worth working for or worth working with to do contracts. But as soon as you actually bring someone into the company, that would be like really, really scary. You know what I mean? For everyone.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't hear you for a minute there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I was saying it would be cool to start a company, but it would be hard to know who you're gonna work with, right? Like, you'd be much better off just taking contractors and working with them. But then eventually, if you ever wanted to like open up the company to other people, that would be like really, really scary all of a sudden. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because if someone's not pulling their weight and there's like an issue within the company, like all of a sudden everything starts to unravel. You know what I mean?
Definitely. Yeah.
But I would like to have more than one person in my company. I'll probably just end up contracting for a long time, but or maybe what I'm thinking is that it's going to be more and more common that devs like me and you have our own companies, and then there's got to be a way to get two companies to work together easily, right? Like one company contracting the other, or like a joint partnership on a project or something like that. I've seen it before, so I know it can be done. I just don't know the ins and outs of it.
Yeah, I have no idea how that would work. It'd probably just, I don't know, like a contract or an agreement or something.
It would have to be a contract or an agreement for sure. I can show you an example actually. This game, Terrain. I forget the other developer. Oh, I gotta put game afterwards. But Just Wall. Oh, yeah, on Twitter and itch, Just Wall Games. Here, I've got it pulled up. Yeah, so this game here, Terrain, is developed by Albatross, Wirehead, and Just Wall Games, published by Just Wall Wirehead Games.
Okay.
So I'm not sure exactly how that works. Did they form a company together to just to publish this game, perhaps. I don't know.
Interesting.
I might actually ask Just Wall about that because I am friends with him on Itch and Twitter. So I've had conversation with him before, and I play his games, so that would be an interesting conversation to have, I think. But the way that it is on there, I'm starting to think that they started a company together to do that. But yeah, I would be so afraid to do that. Because like, yeah, you and me, we get along great, right? Well, what if all of a sudden we don't?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's where contracts come in and just, hey, you said you're going to do this much work, but you haven't. You broke the contract. Like that's that kind of thing.
Right. And then, your like dream job becomes like something you don't even want to do anymore, right?
Yeah.
And having to deal with someone that you no longer want to deal with anymore. It's like coming to work and having to deal with the guy that you didn't want to deal with, right? I'm not saying you. I'm saying it could happen to anyone, right?
Yeah.
It could be me. I could be that guy. It's just scary, I guess. It all comes down to like my baby's on the line, right? My game is on the line, so it's like I don't know if I'd want to risk that. It would be a lot easier to like make something from scratch with the group, but at the same time, it would be even more difficult to decide what happens to it. You know what I mean? You'd almost have to have done that like numerous times before. So I think if someone's going to do that, they'd be well off to do a few game jams first, and then say, all right, let's make something together as a team. Otherwise, it'd probably just be better to have one designer saying, we're going to make this game. You're going to do the programming, you're going to do the art, and I'm going to make sure the design works. Like rather than the programmer and the artist saying, like, oh, I really want to make a game like this.
Yeah. The main issue that I'd see would be who manages the project. Is it really one person or two people?
Well, sometimes they hire someone out. They you can outsource a project manager for games. How fucking crazy is that?
Hey, we want to make a game, but you've got to manage us.
Yeah, like we don't know what we're doing. Tell us what to do.
Yeah.
Well, first you have to pay me. Paid.
Yeah.
Because that I'm pretty sure you get some money for that job.
See, I think if two companies were working together on a game, they would have the best way would probably be getting one person from each company as like a joint manager or managers, I should say, for the project. So they, it's not just one-sided.
Yeah, I mean it depends on the funding. I think if someone's got more money,
Yeah.
and someone's got a bigger following, I think it might make more sense to give them more. But then again, a following is like hard to really quantify unless you've already sold a game.
True.
I don't think. I think if both parties hadn't sold a game, I don't think it would. I think it'd be pretty equal. But if it was like Super Giant Games working with me on my next game, I would think that they would make more money and they would have more say and all that stuff, But also, Super Giant Games would never want to work with me because then they'd have to share their money.
Yeah, you never know.
They might hire someone like me, but I don't think they would say like, "Oh, we'll work with this developer on this game." I mean, you're right. You never know. Things do happen. So.
Yeah.
They hear me. They've probably if they ever find out who I am, they'll hear me talking so much crap about their game that they won't want to work with me. No, it's actually not terrible. It's just like I don't get me wrong. I'm trying to beat it. I'd like to finish it, and I'm getting more enjoyment out of it the more I play it. But there was quite a few times where I felt like not playing it and not playing it ever again. You know, just like putting it down and not going back. Um,
Yeah.
and honestly, the only thing that kept me going back is that I plan on making an RPG adventure game, so or an action RPG game, you know. And I still can't get my head around why they did it the way they did it. Um, I mean, clearly it's because it's a roguelite and roguelites are popular, but it to me it just it just seems like they're trying to make Bastion still, and Bastion wasn't very good. So they've made Bastion good, and they just skinned it a few different times throughout their career, and they've made Bastion over and over again until they made it good. And then now they're finally at that point of like, well, this is what Bastion should have been like. But maybe Bastion wasn't a good starting point.
Not a clue.
Did you play Bastion?
I didn't know.
So I haven't really either. I own it, but I haven't played it. When it was on sale, I bought that one and Transistor as well. And Transistor is kind of the same thing. It's like the next evolution of Bastion, but it still wasn't good. Yet somehow those games did really well because of the art style and because the I think Transistor came out after Bastion, so I think that's why Transistor did okay. Other than I don't think it would have done as well had it come out first, because it seemed like it was worse than Bastion. But then again, I'm just one person. One of my or someone I was talking to like last summer was telling me that they loved all their games and that they would like, you know, kill themselves for the company basically. No, they didn't say it like that, but you know, it's like they were like really into the company, right? They're like fanboys.
Yeah.
So that's cool. I mean, someone's obviously really getting enjoyment out of them. So, but I was not that person.
Wasn't there a no clip documentary on Supergiant Games?
Yeah, it's like an ongoing thing almost. It seems like like
Yeah.
the patches and everything.
See, how do I word this? The sense that I get, the way they talk about their games, is they didn't like how they turned out. But I don't know. It's been a while since I've watched those. So
No, you're absolutely right. No, I got that vibe too, man. And the thing is that it wasn't just them. It was the players saying like, "This is really good art, but this mechanic fucking sucks."
Yeah.
Or like, why did you do it this way? Like, it works, but why? You know, that's like a nice way of saying you should have done this a different way. And I'm right there with those people, because as I tried to play those games, I was like, this isn't fun. It could have been, but it wasn't. Like you could see that it could have been fun, but then you're like, but they made the wrong choices, you know.
Yeah.
But this is when I say triple I think of Supergiant Games. I mean, they have a San Francisco building, you know what I mean, or like a few floors on a building or something. Their offices are in San Francisco, so right there, that's triple I.
They definitely did something right, but what was it? You know,
They said what?
they definitely done something right.
Oh, they did something right. Absolutely. They absolutely did something right. Mostly it was timing.
Yeah.
But yeah, the art style is pretty well done, but at the same time, their artist is not evolving. She's not getting better, and she's actually getting worse. Yeah, and it's not her fault, right? It's because the company has gotten overconfident. They know that their games are going to sell, right? So if you look at Hades, I'm sorry, yeah, Hades. I always said Hades my whole life. I think it was the Kevin Sorbo Hercules. I think they said Hades in that one. Anyways, Hades, you open up the game and it's got like this splash screen, right? Well, it's compressed video. It's literally compressed. right? You can see the compression. Yeah, it's not great looking. There's a lot of compression in that game, right? The images, sometimes there is a two resolutions on the same image. The start screen, or when you hit the start button and a menu pops up, there are two different resolutions there. And that is something that you learn at art school in your first year. You know what I mean? So for someone to for someone to completely disregard that in a game of the year, I'm sorry. That's let me see if I can find it.
I don't understand. Yeah, what? Even I know. Yeah. Lost for words.
I don't know if I can find it. Oh, yeah, here it is. See if I can get it big. Of course, now this is a compressed image, so it makes it a little bit harder to see. But if I zoom in, you can actually see that that this, you know how there's like a second compression that the internet does? The skull has more compression than
Oh
this.
my god, it does.
That's because in the game this is more compressed than this. This whole menu has less compression than these little skulls. In the final game, after the patch, that's how it is. So right there's a lot of corners being cut on the art. It's insane how many corners are cut on the art. The next thing that really threw me for a loop is that there's little strokes of color just added to the levels. Someone said the game doesn't have enough color, and the artist said, "Oh yeah, well here's some color," and just started throwing color. And I can tell because I'm an artist and I've been in that situation. That's what you do when you're pissed off. When someone says something that you don't agree with and you have to follow along with it, you do it in ways that aren't great because you don't think it's a great idea. You can't think of a way to make it look great. Well,
Do you think you could find a level like that? Like find a screenshot or something? Maybe
the
I
whole
could pick it out.
the whole game is like that. Yeah.
The whole game. Oh my god.
It might be hard to find it right away because it's just little strokes of color and it's in the level art more than anything. I'm seeing not a lot.
We'll see.
Okay, here's one. This is the first level shot that I found, by the way. Let me zoom in. You see these green lines here where my cursor is?
Yeah.
And then there's pink over here. And then there's purple here. And then there's some blue over here. That's the only reason why that would be there is because someone said the game didn't have enough color.
If you didn't point that out, I wouldn't have even noticed. Because my eyes are drawn to the middle of the picture.
Sure.
So there's I wouldn't have noticed like the little blue and
Here's another completely different level. Same thing. There's got little bits of green, little bits of pink, little bits of green.
yeah, yeah, I can see it now.
Yeah, every level's like that. And to me, I instantly thought it was a glitch. I thought, because that magenta they used is the Unity magenta.
Oh my god.
So I literally thought there was a texture that wasn't showing. I was like, I even screenshotted it. I was like, oh my god, this game has a bug, and I screenshotted it. Not a bug, a feature. That is a feature.
I can't get over that. What the fuck?
Yeah, but you know what? Someone thought it looked great. Someone thought it looked good enough to sell. So
Yeah,
I don't
apparently
know.
the whole team.
Yeah, I mean it's a small team. Yeah, you know, as far as studios go, I love watching what they do. And
Mm.
yeah, like politically as well as just business strategy, right? And Super Giant Games, I mean, they make some good decisions, right? But mostly it's all because of luck and timing that they had a great start and a whole bunch of money thrown at them to try to figure it out.
Right.
They're really not great at figuring things out because of that. The thing is that if someone has like the easy way like given to them, they never learn the hard way. That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Like Notch, whatever happened to his next game? The e to
Oh,
the 10th squared or whatever, you know what I'm talking about?
the game that he's been working on forever and apparently is still working on it. Or some shit.
Yeah, and it doesn't look good, right? Um, it's because he's not a genius. He just happened to make a good game, and he worked his he did the 10 games that don't sell, quote, right? He had a bunch of games, so it wasn't like his very first game,
Yeah.
but it was a random occurrence that he became the richest person on the planet. You know what I mean? That wasn't
Yeah.
that wasn't supposed to happen because he's like the best. You know what I mean? It just happened because he happened to be there. It was like a timing thing. It's a great idea too, don't get me wrong. But the best part about that idea is selling a game that's not done.
That's true. Yeah, I think I brought it back in beta. Something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I started with the alpha that I found on a torrent site. I didn't pay for it, but I also didn't get the chance to be part of the community and stuff like that. Or like get an
You've got a
update
few
when it was
expert
done.
accounts that you can have.
Oh, well, I have it now.
Yeah.
This was when I started. I wasn't sure. I was just a dev. I used to download betas of games off torrents all the time. I just saw it as like what we were saying earlier. Should a tester get paid? Sure. Should they have to pay for the game? No. So that's the way I was looking at it. I was stealing games, sure, but I was stealing games that weren't finished yet. So who's gonna come after you for that, right? But that was part of my research was to find games that weren't finished and to play them to learn how they were finishing them. And I didn't know about itch back then, so I didn't use itch. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer again. Um, until about what 2013, I found itch, and then I started using itch almost primarily for that because I'll never need to download games illegally again. I can just find games that need testers, right? I think the last game I downloaded illegally was what was it? Game Dev Tycoon. Did you play that one,
Okay.
Techie?
I love that one.
Yeah, that's a good game. But if you play the torrented version, it's far more difficult.
Yeah, they coded basically an was it like anti-pirate directly into the game. It's awesome.
Yeah, except it's like a pro pirate thing in the game, right? It makes
I think it's
your game get pirated more in the game.
Yeah, that's it.
It was pretty fun. But yeah, it does make the game like nearly impossible.
It's great because it's like I kind of want to play the pirated version just to see if I can beat it. If it's gonna be harder, you know.
It's definitely harder. I think they made it so you can't really beat it. And you know who else did that? FTL.
Yes. Can't remember exactly what they done, but I definitely read that they done something like that.
I don't know. It was just insanely harder, even on easy mode. Um, I could get to the flagship, but I could never beat it. I think the closest I got was the last battle with the flagship, and they just wailed on me. You know what I mean? And I was using the methods, the halberd beam and like the getting rid of the people Like I was following the wikis online and stuff, and I still couldn't beat it. And then I finally got it in a bundle. And I was like, oh, I finally have a legit version of FTL, you know, because it had been years at this point. So I went and played it. I beat it on the first try. Or maybe it wasn't the first try. It was within like 40 minutes of owning the game that I beat it.
I'll be honest, I find it difficult to beat.
It is difficult, but
Because,
I'd been studying it.
yeah, fair enough.
It's all about that beam. If you get the right beam, you can cut through the ships, right? As long as you have something to take out their shields. So like you need ion pulses, right? You get like 3 ion pulses and a halberd beam, and you're good, right? Because you just keep pulsing their shields, and then you beam the people inside the ship, right? You get a sensor so you can see where the people are, and you laser the people, and they die, and then they can't shoot you. There's a lot of different strategies in that game. That's a fun one. You know, I still haven't played Into the Breach yet.
That one's really good.
Is it? You know, I have it in a bundle. Or no, I got it from Epic Store. And that's probably why I haven't played it, is because I never go on my Epic Store.
That's fair enough. Yeah, I haven't played too much of it, unfortunately, but it's a really good strategy game. So you kind of have control of several mechs, I think. It's been a while since I played. And
I know a
you
little
have
bit
to
about it. I saw the No Clip documentary, I think, or something. It's like
okay, right.
I
Look this up. What?
I think there's I know there's an FTL one, and I think they talk a lot about Into the Breach on it.
Yeah. I love Roadcliffe. I need to.
Well, apparently you don't love it enough to go check out their video catalog.
To be fair, they're kind of slow sometimes, but I just
Oh yeah, no,
it seems up to great.
they're not the best documentaries, but there's a lot of like very amateur documentaries out there that I'll watch too. So
Yeah,
it's
I consider Low Clip one of the best ones out there. It's just they're very slow at releasing new ones.
oh, I see what you're saying. Slow releasing, yeah, no, they're quality. But I was gonna say that sometimes they're slow, as in the information comes out slowly. Like they drag it along, you know, like
Oh
um
yeah, the Half-Life series ones definitely drag it out.
exactly, yeah. I watched
It
that one
was
even though I didn't play the
entertaining, but
game.
yeah. I
Uh,
forgot where I was going with it.
Man, I watched this awesome one last night on the pixel art of Doom. Did you ever play Doom? The first one?
A little bit.
Dude, I used to love that shit when I was a kid. But this guy made a video that was like explaining the pixel art of Doom, and it did so well. This was like a couple years ago that he made like another one of like the things that he missed on the first video, and like both of these videos are great. This guy's channel is great. I'm just gonna find it and show you, because once you see how fucking like I don't even know, this guy is just all about Doom. His passion for Doom is just like crazy. Oh, it's on. I have different accounts on YouTube, and it's on. It's definitely, yeah. This guy, I think this one, Casino. Maybe not. He did a video on infighting. Oh yeah, it is this guy. So infighting was when you had the demons fight each other.
Didn't even know that was possible.
Yeah, it's programmed in. Yeah, this guy's channel, he's just everything is like Doom mostly. Some of it's like Quake, but most of it's Doom. Um the one that I was watching though, it was really cool. It was like it was showing like how they literally scanned a book to get some of the gargoyles and stuff.
That's kind of cool.
I don't know if I'll be able to find the video. Oh yeah, it was the second one of this. But this guy, man, he talks and talks. He just go on about, you
All
know,
received a graphical rework to the one we know today.
he's talking about every little thing about the sprites. You know, if there's, you see how there's like a extra pixel there, he's talking about it. He's
Fair
literally
enough.
talking about the extra pixel.
Dedication.
Yeah, because it came from the other frame. There it is. And now he's going into the explosions are the same as the green ones. You know, I mean, it's real cool, everything, you know. And what's cool about these two particular videos is that it's explaining dynamic art. I mean, the guy doesn't really know because he's like a programmer or something like that, but he's not a game designer. So he's not explaining why they did things the way they did it. He's just saying that they did it this way. That gargoyle there was taken from a magazine in the next video he shows. Oh, this one was good too. The Origins of Doom sound effects. They use like elephants and stuff like that. I was really into this guy's channel.
We're gonna have to watch the videos. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of really cool like retro stuff that's like surfacing because it's just popular. But
Yeah.
there's so much you can learn from it. I mean, Doom itself, right? The id Software stuff. There's so much you can learn from them, because they honestly they did a terrible job with their studio, and they still managed to make it work. Right?
They did a terrible job.
Yeah. So some of the things they did wrong. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer again. Some of the things they did wrong were the way that they treated each other. Right? So if, like I was saying before, if one person wasn't as dedicated as the next person, they were the type of people that would like get on each other. You know what I mean? And there was like Tom Hall ended up having to leave the project because they didn't get along with them. And then one of the other designers that they hired is now he's actually going online and basically spilling a lot of information about things that they didn't talk about in the book. You know what I mean? The Legends of Doom or whatever, or Masters of Doom book. I didn't read it, but I heard it was great.
Interesting.
Yeah, I wish I knew that guy's name, but you can search YouTube and find that too, I'm sure. To take me there. Don't show me images. It's probably just gonna. Oh, this guy. Yeah. Original Doom designer reacts to Doom Eternal Part 1. This guy is making Sandy of Cthulhu. Sandy, I don't remember his last name, but he worked for id Software. So
Okay.
some of his videos are based on that. Or maybe it was, well, here's one. But I think it might have actually been an interview on someone else's thing that he was doing that I saw. Because these are all mostly like reactions and stuff. I haven't really checked out this guy's channel. But yeah, I'm almost positive that he worked for id. Sandy Peterson, probably. Yeah, Sandy Peterson. He left id Software in June 1997.
Okay.
Oh, he made Age of Empires. And
Hey.
or he worked on
Oh,
Age of
fun.
Empires. Because I think what's his face actually designed it. Can't remember the guy's name. But yeah, you know, American McGee worked for id as well.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Did not know that.
Yeah, I don't think they could keep him, is what happened. I'm really not sure. What a weird name, though. American?
I was just thinking that.
Oh, he was fired from id Software. Could you
Oh,
imagine that
somebody.
being, being as famous as American McGee, but the first thing on your oh no, that's not the first thing. But that's the first thing on your oh, did I search id Software? Maybe I did. I don't know. So this is a quote. Probably the most meaningful day for me, though, working at id Software was the day that I was fired. I felt a mixture of terror and freedom that was so significant and powerful. It combined together all the good and bad of the years I'd spent working with Carmack, Romero, and the others, and kicked me out into the world to fend for myself. The opportunity to work at id during those early years was so unbelievable, and the path that set me on in letting me go has been even more fantastic. I'm sitting here in Shanghai, China, still drawing on many of the lessons and experiences from all those years past. It's been an incredible journey, which all started with id Software. So I don't know. It's just weird that he got fired, right?
Yeah. Hmm.
I wonder why. Oh, for not meeting John Romero's expectations. That's interesting, though.
So one of the developers that I watch on YouTube
Hmm.
is called Thin Matrix. Um, he made what's it called? E Equinox? I think that's how you pronounce it. Um, which is like a life simulation type game.
Okay.
But all of his development is like open. He does YouTube videos on all of it, and he's currently making a city builder game, which is really interesting to watch, for me at least.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
because it's not all just like, oh, this is the bit of code that I just done, like this is how this works. It it also goes into like bits of his life as well,
Oh
and
well.
it it's very like relaxing and almost like Zen-like.
The
He's
uh
got
the game is?
no, just the way he does the videos.
Oh, the videos.
Yeah, so he'll say like, oh, I spent a couple of hours writing code, a couple of hours doing artwork, went to the city, got dinner. I'm like, show videos of this stuff as well. Has a little garden that he tends to. And yeah, everything's like proper zen with the videos. I don't know why it's so
So
relaxing to watch though.
do you think maybe it's because he's involving his personal life so much?
Possibly, yeah,
Yeah, I'll have to
yeah,
get one of
possibly.
those. No, I would
Yeah,
I
I'm
would
thinking that as well.
be like, "Oh, here's my basil plant."
Yeah, he's got uh, loads of videos from like, okay, 2 years ago he was working on Equinox. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. It's not
Equinox,
really like
Equinox. I think you can pronounce either way.
yeah. And 2 months ago was the last video for the city building uh game devlogs. But I'm
But
pretty
they're
sure he started
quality
this week. But
devlogs,
yeah, they're
unlike
only
what
like
I'm
10
doing
minutes
now.
long, but
They're not 3 hours long of just pixel art and talking.
3 hours is 4 hours now.
Oh shit! And I still haven't eaten. I've had breakfast. It's 12:45 in the morning the next day.
Oh no.
No, that's okay. I will have to take a break to eat at some point, but I did eat a bunch of fruit right before I got on. So.
Yeah, I'll need to go to sleep at some point.
It's true. I'm not trying to keep you awake here.
Nah, it's all good.
Some important life shit's gonna happen tomorrow. It's gonna be my fault that you won't be prepared.
Now I'm just browsing YouTube for other devs.
You know, I searched just about once a month. I'll do a search for indie game documentary. I'll just see if there's any new documentaries.
Have you
Because
heard of Code Bullet?
what is it?
Code Bullet.
Code Billa? Philip? What? I can't hear the last. Code Collect. No, I don't know that. Oh, Cold Code Bullet. Oh, I didn't even see the Thin Matrix one. I should pull these up. Sorry, dude.
Oh,
Been neglecting the
so
chat.
Code Bullet is he does a lot of AI videos. Like for example, AI learns to solve a
Oh,
55 by 55 by 55 Rubik's Cube, for example.
that
But
actually
his
looks really
videos are
cool.
so funny.
Oh,
Yeah. There's a lot of swearing in his videos. It's really funny.
I'm alright with swearing. I mean, I try not to swear that much myself, but I do anyways, so whatever.
Yeah.
It's hard not to.
The latest video, AI learns to fly, that had me in stitches for a good while.
AI learns to play what?
AI learns to fly. It's the
Oh, learns to
proper-
fly.
Yeah. I might rewatch that later. It's just so good.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'll check it out eventually. I don't know how YouTube is or how Twitch is about streaming YouTube videos, but
Oh, good point.
but yeah, Equinox looks cool too. Those
Yeah, it's a
those
really
wholesome games, man, they're doing so well. They're so hot.
Mm.
I don't think I could ever make a wholesome game. Need
What
them.
about the shooty?
Yeah, I like shooting things. You know, one time when I was starting out as a developer, I asked myself a question. You know, I was like, well, what makes a game good? You know, obviously everyone's got a different answer for that. But to me, my answer was things emerging from other things.
Okay.
That's it. That was like the like the siphoned down, like boiled down to it, you know, like I just shooting and explosions, right, are what makes it for me. So the basis of that is just having one object coming out of another object. You've got your bullet coming out of your ship, you've got your explosion coming out of your enemy, you've got, you know, enemies coming onto the screen, you know, your ship coming onto the screen. It's all about things appearing and disappearing and expanding from themselves or from other objects. So like essentially, I think it's a psychological appreciation for growth and change. So essentially, I just like seeing things evolve. So for me, the easiest way to do that is just to make a shooting game. So I mean, that's why I started with shooters. I don't plan on sticking with shooters forever, but I do plan on staying with the idea of evolution and change being the main like themes.
Okay.
But it's too deep to try to say like, oh, I make meaningful games, or I make this type of game, or my games are wholesome because of this or whatever. You know, it's too general and too deep at the same time, because I'm not making one pixel art style of game, or I'm not making one like mouse control style of game. You know, this isn't an RTS studio or like a first person studio or anything like that. The lines that I'm drawing are much more like ambiguous.
Right.
I don't know why that was so hard to say. Um,
So when I asked myself, why do I want to make games? It was a mixture of I wanted to create something, and I'm good with computers, so I was like, well, I can make video games. And also, I wanted to make something unique, and I found the not the hardest way to do something unique, but like one of the ways is not to have any kind of combat, but still have like so instead of a casual mobile game, obviously that doesn't most of those don't have combat, but like
mine
the
do.
maze, for example.
Every game I
So the
play.
maze doesn't have any combat. It doesn't have any uh you don't really get hurt or anything
Sure.
like that. And
Unless you
that was the
jump off
point
the
of it.
level.
Yeah. But then it just teleports you back, so it's fine.
Does it?
Not really hurt you.
You fixed
Yeah.
it? Oh, I need to play it
Yeah, I
again.
fixed it now. I don't know if the
But you
newest
can't get
iterations
on the
have
roof
changed.
anymore, so I don't know how much fun I'll have. I'm sorry,
Um,
Mars. Can't get
yeah.
on Mars anymore.
So I was just thinking like, yeah, I need to make something unique. That's why the weird like uh zero G race thing where you shoot backwards to move forwards.
Hmm.
That's like in my opinion, I think that's really unique. I haven't seen any games like that. And there's probably a reason for that, but I mean you don't know till you try, right?
Yeah, yeah. No, I agree. I think being unique is for me. I see it as more of an advantage than a goal. I feel like I'm already
Oh,
unique,
yeah.
and I've got that to my advantage rather than a goal where I'm like, oh no, I need to make it a little bit more unique. Mostly, I'm working the other way, where it's like, how can I make this unique vision a little bit more appealing to people who only play this type of game or something like that. Um,
Yeah, I mean I've seen plenty of games that are very similar to other games, but
yeah,
that have done well, but
that's true.
I think that having a unique twist on something, like
Oh yeah, it's
personally
almost
at least having a
yeah. And
sorry,
if you don't have that, then you're gonna probably run out of motivation. Is my thought.
yeah, I just feel like there's more to game mechanics than what we already know, and we
Yeah,
just need to discover it.
it's
So like jumping on
absolutely
a
true.
platform, that's everyone does that. You can. It's really easy to do. Probably 90% of the games out there are platformers. So what could you have that would be a twist to that? And I don't know if you remember Mork, uh, the platformer game with the light, and you have to stay in the light.
Yeah,
Without the light,
yeah,
time reverses.
I remember that.
I thought that was quite unique, but it wasn't completely unique because the time reversing I got from Braid.
Sure, and I'm sure
Uh,
other people have made games very similar.
yeah, but at the time, I that was the most unique thing I could come up with. Like, don't uh, stay in the light and get you know and get to the exit. Obviously, I could probably do better than that now, but
Well,
I
you
think
probably
if I
could
was
have
to
then
finish
too. It's
that,
just it was what worked at the time, and it was fun. I
yeah,
played the game. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a good project,
yeah,
especially for like a
definitely.
learning project. I think that's great.
I think if I finished it or at least worked on it more, it could definitely become something else. It could definitely
It could,
be
but would you
something.
would you enjoy it?
Actually, yeah,
Okay.
I've
See,
quite
for me,
enjoyed making the levels.
I'm not really into those types of games, so it would be really hard for me to make one.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I mostly prefer simulation and management games, but I'll happily play a platformer game as well, you know.
Yeah, I'm my platformer days are slowly vanishing. I feel like I used to play them, and now I'm like, my thumb hurts still from the last one.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well,
There's two
yeah.
platformer games that I've been playing lately.
Oh yeah.
Okay, one of them's not really a platformer, but uh, Ori and the Blind Forest and Ori and the Will of the Wisps. Those games are so beautiful.
Yeah, no,
They're
I know.
absolutely amazing.
I haven't played them because they're kind of expensive. They're like they might as well be AAA games, but they're not that expensive. But it's like, um, they might as well be though, because especially that new one, they put a lot of effort into that. I was watching
Mm.
Watching some video on it. I don't know if it was no clip or what, but it was a really good video. Is there a no clip on that one? Do you know?
I have
There's a
no idea.
documentary of it out there. You should watch it.
I
Or
did watch like a mini doc of no, not a mini doc. Okay, give me a sec. I'll find it. I'll find it. Uh,
was it for Ori?
yes,
Was it
Ori and Will of the Wisp.
is it the one where they talk about the sand level?
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, that's what I saw too. That
Oh
was
no, who
good.
was it? Ask Game Dev. I'm pretty sure it's Ask Game Dev that
Oh, was it?
done that. Let me see. Alright, let me see. Maybe it wasn't. Oh, come on.
I don't remember who it was, but I know I saw it because I was like, "Ooh, that looks good." There's something about level design, right?
Yeah.
Level design has always been difficult for me. I'm not gonna lie. I love it, but it's always been a challenge. It's one of those
Yeah, the
things like I'll work on it in my head over and over and over again, and then I'll try it on paper, and then I'll try it in real life, and it won't work.
that's how Mork started for me. Like I needed a way of visualizing the levels because I didn't know what they were actually going to look like. So I just in the notebook or just put in all of the notes for it. I just started making the levels. I
Yeah,
was like, actually, yeah, this could work. So I made like the first two or three, and that's when it kind of clicked, and I was like, yeah, this could definitely work out quite well.
that's what I did with Retro Spaceball too. I just started working on the first level, and to be honest, that level's still in the game. It's not the first level anymore. It's like the seventh level or something like that, but it's still in the game. In fact, I'm gonna make this really great video soon. I've been talking about it for a long time. I have footage of me playing that first level when it's in the like gray box mode. You know, there's no textures on anything. Um,
Right.
and then I want to have that like playing the same time with the new footage with all the effects and the lighting and stuff. You know, so people can see where it was and where it's going or whatever. You know, whatever the meme
Yeah,
is.
that would be really cool. Also, I found out it was Game Maker's Toolkit that done a video with
Mmm.
one of the level designers for Ori and the Will of the Wisp. Will
Yeah.
of the Wisp.
Game Maker's Toolkit. That's a good one.
Yeah, there's so many good ones.
I've been catching up since I've without a job. I've definitely been catching up. That's one of my things on my calendar that I can check off as if I've done research. So watching a YouTube documentary is definitely research.
I've burnt myself out on watching game dev YouTube videos, even if it's a documentary or just someone making a game. I just burnt myself out on it.
How is that possible? Probably
Yeah.
from watching me and shit. No, I'm just kidding. No, honestly,
Yeah, I think
I
at
love
one
it.
point it was just that's all I was watching,
Oh,
and it was
you gotta get some Star
I
Trek in
would
there.
watch it before work, watch yeah, watch it when I come home from work. I think I had it on in the background when I was sleeping. Like, yeah,
Oh wow.
it got too much, so I started watching other stuff.
Yeah, I can see how that would get too much. I finished Next Generation though. You ever get into Star
Now
Trek?
you got to go back to a little bit, but not much. I've watched the new one, Discovery.
Oh,
I watched a little bit of that. I found that quite
I don't
cool.
even know what that is. Is that like that on Paramount Plus or some shit like that?
I think it's on Netflix,
I
either
don't know if it
Netflix or
is.
Disney Plus.
I don't think it's on Netflix. I think Netflix has Voyager, Deep Space Nine, the original, Next Generation. And I think that's it.
I'm checking. I'm checking now. It,
But Paramount Plus, I guess, is only like $6 or something a month. I was looking at that. But yeah, I don't want to pay Disney. I feel much more comfortable paying Paramount than Disney. But Paramount makes some weird shit too. But you know, they made what Wayne's World movies. Did you see those?
All right, I can hear you again. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's right.
Don't know what happened.
You know, Wayne's World. You ever heard of that?
So,
Wayne's World from like '92.
I think I've heard of it, but
Mike Myers and Dana Carvey. It was a Saturday Night Live skit that they turned into a film, and then they made a sequel because it did so well.
oh, no, I don't think I've seen it.
Oh, those were good. Those were pretty good. Very '90s, you know, like they play roller hockey and listen to Aerosmith and stuff. It's very strange, but you know, it takes place in this, like the story takes place in the city, like down the street from where I grew up, like a neighboring city. Yeah. Also, I saw that movie the same night that I got a Super Nintendo.
So it's going to be rememberable. Rememberable? Oh, well.
Yep. And I got the Super Nintendo because I told my mom that it was okay if they held me back for first grade. That was my payment for having to take first grade again. That was rough, actually, taking first grade again. You know, I had to like make new friends and stuff, and all of my old friends were like, "Where'd you go?" and stuff, and very weird thing.
Yeah, I can imagine that being pretty tough.
And then I moved, changed schools like 2 more times, and then I moved back, right? And the weirdest thing happened, right? I had a locker in this high school, you know, in this town I grew up in but moved away from, and next to me, in the locker next to me, is this really cute blonde chick, right? And I recognized her. I knew her name because she was in my first grade class, and she remembered me. She says, "Ricky," and I'm like, "No one's called me that since first grade." She literally called me Ricky. I thought that was hilarious because I've been using Rick forever.
Uh,
Yeah, but that was like the last time I saw her. I think we didn't have common classes. We were either she didn't use her locker very often, or we were using the lockers at different times. So it was a huge school. That school is nuts, man. It was so big that you could walk down the halls and not see the same person like that you saw yesterday, right? Like you could see someone completely new after being there for a year and have never seen them before. That's how many people there were there. It was insane. There was
that's crazy.
Yeah, there was so many bathrooms that you could get away with smoking in 2 of them. And I was a heavy smoker, so that's what I would do.
My school was small compared to that.
Well, I had both, you know, because when I moved away from that school, I ended up going to a school that was even smaller than the first one that I had gone to. Yeah, so
But
it was like a medium sized school to a super large school to like a podunk school, right? And I went to junior high at an even smaller school that had like barbed wire on it. There was like 4 people in my class. It was crazy. So I've seen a very large assortment of education. It's funny, you know. I was going to school that like really small junior high, and the teachers, they just let you get away with whatever I wanted. Part of it was because I had come from a big school. Like they're like, oh, this guy. It was like Naperville was the city, so like apparently Naperville had like the best schools in the country at the time. So all the teachers just gave me A's in junior high. I didn't have to learn math anything. So and then they gave me honors classes in freshman year because I had gotten A's in junior high. I didn't know anything. I hadn't learned anything in either of those years. So I totally failed algebra. But since it was an honors class, they gave me a D instead of the F. So they actually, well, it's good because I didn't have to take the class again, but I never learned algebra. And then of course the next class was geometry, right? Which the first half came really easy because I've always been like into shapes and drawing and stuff. But the second half was when you have to use algebra with the shapes and math, right? And they didn't tell me that like this stuff works for video games. You know, like plotting points on a graph is how you make 3D models and stuff. They didn't tell me that. I had to figure that out later in college. That's when math started finally making sense, I guess, is why I'm laughing about it. Once I had a purpose for it, I could actually do it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still difficult.
Kind of the same for me. Like, if I really wanted to, I could do math, but it's difficult, so I tend not to.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get me wrong. I draw the line. You know, I there's a lot of math that I can't do. But I can do some math.
Same.
I can figure some stuff out. I usually don't put myself out there as like a math person though, because I don't want to like. Well, because I'm not but also I don't want to be like under pressure. Like, oh, what's 17 times 24? You know, how come you don't just know off the
Give me a
top of your head?
calculator.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But if I spent the time, I could probably do it in my head. Just I don't feel like doing that.
I mean, this is why the mazes, my game is, they're quite simple because I can't do the math for the mazes. I had to um, find the code and figure out how it worked, and then modified it a little bit.
So, were you able to generate a maze, or did you just make it by hand?
Generate
Oh, really?
it's yeah, it's really difficult because the code that I have, um, it doesn't. So if you noticed how the walls kind of leave a space at the corners.
No, I never noticed that. I'll have to take another look at it.
Yeah, I basically have to put pillars there to kind of disguise it a little bit.
Oh,
Um, it's not a big issue. It's just it's an issue that I don't like. Another thing is like how it gets set up. Um, the models for the walls and the floor have to be resized, and then like repositioned before it generates.
huh.
It's weird. So like in a prefab, I have to resize them to, I think it's 2.5 times the default size,
Oh yeah.
and like reposition at anchor point basically.
The fact that
Just
you,
annoying stuff.
yeah, but the fact that you've got the level generating is cool in itself, man. Making a level generate is difficult.
Yeah. Yeah, once I figured it out and I could get like pillars in the corners and things like that, having random decorations for them, that's when I could start possibly doing randomly generated levels. Uh, but that's like a lot more work.
Oh yeah. You know, it might be easier to just come up with your own method for doing the decorations. You know what I mean? Because it sounds
Yeah,
like,
that's
well, no, you just got to create like a pool of objects that can be generated, and then just decide when you make the level if it's going to generate an object, and then if it is going to generate an object, what object is it going to generate, and then just create some conditionals of why it might put certain objects where.
Oh, okay, yeah. I see. Yeah, that could work. There's definitely one object that I don't think would work well in that situation because it has to be placed in a very specific place for it to have the effect. So basically, if your sanity is low enough, when you get to a corner, you might see a shadow. So it's almost like there's, an entity around the corner.
Yeah.
But it's literally just a decal that's put on the wall and floor. And then as soon as you are just about to go around that corner, it will disappear.
Yeah, well, I mean, that sounds like a special mechanic for the insanity meter rather than a
Yeah, but
decoration thing.
it's kind of decoration. Like it'll be cool to have that random, have that generate with the level, so I don't have to place it. Because then when I
Oh,
place it, I can have the levels
I see what you're
randomly
saying.
generate.
Yeah,
Um,
sounds like you'd need to make
yeah,
a custom case for that, you know?
yeah, it'll be very difficult to do it for that one. Other things, it should be alright, but still having issues with the torches, lights, and crap.
With like the renderer and all that.
Yeah, so there's light bleed through the walls.
Yeah.
Still can't really. It's weird because like the first map, it just kind of fixed itself. So I was like, okay, cool. Not gonna question it. It's fixed.
That's the worst.
And then I decided like, okay, sweet, let's make another map. And then yeah, same thing. Started getting light bleed. Can't figure it out. So I'm like, I have to figure out what's causing this so I can fix it. And then when I make a map, I don't have to worry about it.
Did you find any solutions online? Because I know that's a problem I've had too with the lights bleeding through walls.
I have, but for the like built-in renderer, I'm using the HD render pipeline. So it's
Did that change it?
uh like the rendering and stuff, it changes a lot of stuff.
So is the light bleeding through the walls?
Yeah, with the HD render pipeline, it is. If I used to use the built-in renderer, it wouldn't be a problem because I know how to fix it for that. But yeah, something about it just isn't liking my lights.
It's not
I've
just
actually been
you.
thinking,
Other people have issues with this too.
yeah,
Because when I was doing Light Switch Crusader, that was one of the issues we found right away. Was that the lights would go through the walls.
is that with the HD render pipeline?
No,
Just
no, it was way before the pipelines came out. This was like
yes.
2016.
I mean, with built-in, it's actually quite easy to fix that. You just have to set the lights to important, and then I can't remember what setting exactly, but in the lights, you just set something to important, and
Hmm,
then it fixes it.
I
No
see.
idea how or why.
But that doesn't work in the high definition.
No, there's no option for it. And every solution I found online just doesn't seem to work.
Jeez.
Uh, yeah, I don't know. I've been thinking about redoing the project in built-in, so I don't have to worry about it too much. But
What about the UR the URP?
the yeah universal render pipeline.
Yeah, is that what
Um,
you meant, or the standard one?
uh,
Because there's two different.
no, the standard one.
So the one, okay, that's what I'm using for Retro Spaceball.
Yeah,
But you can't do
yeah.
any
The
cool shader graphs or visual effects graphs.
no, but I don't really use that anyway.
I plan on using the crap out of it.
That's fair. I mean, the only thing that I really the only okay, there's three things that I use from the HD render pipeline, which is why I chose it in the first place.
Hmm.
The lighting and the fog look amazing.
Oh yeah.
Um, the decals you can like project decals onto the walls and stuff, no problems. Um, which you can do with like the standard, but it's a bit more involved from what I understand.
I've never tried.
Um, and the other thing, reflections. Same
Oh,
thing with decals, except it's just basically like puddles. Really, really cool. You probably didn't notice it, but there are actually puddles in the maze.
I'm not sure if they were there when I played it. It's been a long time since I played it now.
Yeah, there might have been. I'm not sure. But so my girlfriend was saying they looked like jam puddles because the lights on the walls kind of red,
Yeah, okay.
and therefore, yeah, it just sort of looks red. Which fair enough, but that kind of works out because then it might look like blood.
Or jam.
Yeah, old jam. Um, yeah, they're the only things I really used the HD render pipeline for, so I can probably get away with just going back to the standard built-in whatever.
Oh, like switching
And
it?
then I wouldn't be able to switch it
Yeah,
because,
because that's like nearly impossible.
yeah, I don't even know if it is possible.
It's
I'm even
possible,
gonna
but you have to
try.
change every asset.
Yeah. But I mean, look, the scripts that I've made should transfer over no problem because they don't interfere with the rendering or anything like
Right,
that.
just
The
recreate the
only,
game in the new
yeah,
project.
it's, the only downside is, yeah, I have to literally recreate everything.
But you're doing it while it's still small, so that's it's better time to do it than like retro spaceball. I couldn't rebuild it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It wouldn't make sense. It would take years. So yeah, I'm stuck with the pipeline that I'm in.
yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, well,
Um,
when I started, I think there was only one pipeline, and then shortly after, I think is when the other pipelines came out, and they weren't well tested yet, so it didn't make sense for me to use them then. I think we used the well, it was called the low definition pipeline before it was the URP, right? Because there was a high definition and a low. What was it? Was something
um,
else. What did they call it? The
lightweight.
lightweight. That's what it was. Because they didn't want you to say low res. We used the lightweight render pipeline for Dodge people.
Okay, yeah.
But the only reason why we did was because the one of the designers who I actually ended up dating after that jam, she was used to using the lightweight render pipeline for VR, and that's the only way she had done VR before. So she wasn't sure that we could do it in the standard, so we used the lightweight.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough.
Yeah, it, and she was phenomenal. She did all the VR work for that game, so I mean, dating her was a little different, but you know, it wasn't all bad. It's strange though, she was, or she, I don't know exactly what she's doing anymore. I think she blocked me on Twitter. Um, I'm not really sure why. I think that's just something that she does or something. I don't know. Not sure of her reasoning for that. But anyways, what was I trying to say? So, um, I can't remember what I was gonna say about. Oh, you know what it was? Is that she was a like 3D biomedical interactive developer. That was her job title, right?
Okay.
So her job was literally to make VR games for surgeons to learn surgery on. So
That's an interesting thing.
she was working on this project. She actually brought it over here to work on a couple times. Where she was cutting away at the skull. So she had these high res models that were photogrammetry, and
Okay.
yeah, of like skeletal systems and nervous systems and stuff like that. And she was trying to figure out a way to cut away at the bone, like draw a line and cut away at the model. She was having the hardest time doing it.
Yeah, I could see that being pretty difficult.
Yeah, everything that we found was for like simple meshes, not meshes with millions of vertices or whatever. But her job gave her a whole bunch of high tech shit. It was pretty cool. She had a laptop kind of similar to the laptop I've got. Of course, she got it when it was more expensive. You know, things like that go down in price. She had the same VR thing I have too. Actually, the reason why I got it is because I had tested hers on my computer, and I knew that it would work without having to buy a new computer. But it wasn't actually hers; it was her employer's, and that's what we made dodge people with, was her employer's equipment. It's kind of funny. But the reason why I brought that up is because it was very strange. You know, it was a weird feeling having. You know, I mean, she did have a master's, right? So she had more education than me. I've only got a bachelor's. So like, for me to have like a lot of knowledge and in a lot of cases more experience than her when it comes to developing games and stuff such, but for her to have like a $75,000 a year job, you know. And meanwhile, me, I'm working at like a frame shop, even though I've got a little bit more experience in games than her. I didn't have the medical experience because I didn't take as many medical classes, but I do have some medical experience. I could actually speak on the same level as her in a lot of cases, which I don't think she was expecting. But yeah, I took anatomy, you know. Man, what is with these wannabe famous guys? It's so annoying. I know there's a way to block. Never remember. Ah, there we go. Ban.
You just got banned.
Yeah, screw that guy. It wasn't you, was it? Did I ban you?
No.
Okay. Oh, what did
That
I?
would be quite funny.
Like, whoops, wrong guy. Why can't I see the chat anymore? When you click on someone's name, oh, this is kind of buggy. Oh, there it is. I've got the window minimized so the X wasn't getting seen. Okay. Yeah.
Alright, well, I think I need to go to sleep.
Yeah, I was thinking about ending the stream here. Anyways, but yeah, I appreciate you dropping in, man. That was a lot of fun chatting. We'll have to do this again sometime.
Yeah, man, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, whenever it lines up, no pressure, you know. But enjoy your sleep, bud.
Yeah, thanks. I'm definitely going to.
Cool.
See you later.
All right, man. Hey, have a good one. All right. You heard it. I'm going to end the stream. Hopefully everyone had fun listening to the awesome conversation me and Techie had. I didn't get quite as far as I wanted on this, but that's okay because conversation is a good thing to have. So I'm happy. And I did get pretty far. I was nearly done with these clouds. So can't really ask for too much when you're doing animation like this. But yeah, I'm going to eat. I might do some off-stream art later. I probably won't stream anymore tonight since it's already morning. But yeah, I need to eat. So everyone, have a great day. Have a good one. Bye-bye.